Master's in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college was a hectic exciting task. I realized that the Knowledge Campus emerged was the best choice for me. Came from all the college. In addition to the academic from the pamphlet, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am post-studying commerce. I am a student of Engineering Technology College of University Department. After joining NSS, I got to know that activities that are available. I am post-studying with Swami. I am a student of Engineering Technology Academic Campus. After joining NSS, I am got to know that activities that are available. I am post-studying with Swami. I am of my Engineering Technology Academic Campus. After joining NSS, I am got to know that activities that are available. I am post-studying with Swami. I am of my Engineering Technology Academic Campus. After joining NSS, I am got to know that activities that are available. I am post-studying with Swami. I am of my Engineering Technology Academic Campus. After joining NSS, I am got to know that activities that are available. I am post-studying with Swami. I am of my Engineering Technology Academic Campus. After joining NSS, I am got to know that activities that are available. I am post-studying with Swami. I am of my Engineering Technology Academic Campus. After joining NSS, I am got to know that activities that are available. I am post-studying with Swami. I am of my Engineering Technology Academic Campus. After joining NSS, I am got to know that activities that are available. I am post-studying with Swami. I am of my Engineering Technology Academic Campus. After joining NSS, I am got to know that activities that are available. I am post-studying with Swami. I am of my Engineering Technology Academic Campus. After joining NSS, I am got to know that activities that are available. I am post-studying with Swami. I am of my Engineering Technology Academic Campus. After joining NSS, I am got to know that activities that are available. I am post-studying with Swami. I am of my Engineering Technology Academic Campus. After joining NSS, I am got to know that activities that are available. I am post-studying with Swami. I am of my Engineering Technology Academic Campus. Pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college was a hectic yet exciting task. I realized that the Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, in addition to the academic from the pamphlet, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available. I am post-studying commerce. I am a student of Engineering Technology College of University Department. After joining NSS, I got to know that activities that are available. I am post-studying with Swami. I am a student of Engineering Technology Academic Campus. After joining NSS, I am got to know that activities that are available. I am post-studying with Swami. I am of my Engineering Technology Academic Campus. After joining NSS, I am got to know that activities that are available. I am post-studying with Swami. I am of my Engineering Technology Academic Campus. After joining NSS, I am got to know that activities that are available. I am post-studying with Swami. I am of my Engineering Technology Academic Campus. After joining NSS, I am got to know that activities that are available. I am post-studying with Swami. I am of my Engineering Technology Academic Campus. After joining NSS, I am got to know that activities that are available. I am post-studying with Swami. I am of my Engineering Technology Academic Campus. After joining NSS, I am got to know that activities that are available. I am post-studying with Swami. I am of my Engineering Technology Academic learning experience and combining simple knowledge from happening in the temple. After joining, so I am looking forward to learning has a great
the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet and researching about the college website, I realized that the Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After the college, in addition to the academic from the pamphlet, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poshali Kush. I am a student of Initiative Knowledge Campus BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring. I am it's very fun here. Along with the several knowledge activities happening in the campus. After joining NSHM, I am looking forward to learning is a great learning experience fun here. Along with the several knowledge activities happening in the campus. After joining NSHM, I am looking forward to learning is a great learning experience fun here. Along with the several knowledge activities happening in the campus. After joining NSHM, I am looking forward to learning is a great learning experience fun here. Along with the several knowledge activities happening in the campus. After joining NSHM, I am looking forward to learning is a great learning experience fun here. Along with the several knowledge activities happening in the campus. After joining NSHM, I am looking forward to learning is a great learning experience fun here. Along with the several knowledge activities happening in the campus. After joining NSHM, I am looking forward to learning is a great learning experience fun here. Along with the several knowledge activities happening in the campus. After joining NSHM, I am looking forward to learning is a great learning experience fun here. Along with the several knowledge activities happening in the campus. After joining NSHM, I am looking forward to learning is a great learning experience fun here. Along with the several knowledge activities happening in the campus. After joining NSHM, I am looking forward to learning is a
researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grade, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poshali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus Durgapur BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here. Along with the several activities happening in the campus, so I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grade, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grade, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grades, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, the MLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Anshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grades, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, the MLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Anshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grade, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Anshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grade, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Anshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grades, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Anshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grades, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grades, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Anshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grades, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grades, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grades, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grades, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Swami, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grades, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Manshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grades, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Krush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Manshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grades, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Krush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grades, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grades, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grades, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grades, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Anshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grade, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Krush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Anshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grade, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Krush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic bit, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Krush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic bit, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Krush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic bit, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Anshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic bit, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Himanshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2008. Reading the information from the pamphlet and researching Himanshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college
Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Hello. Yes, I can hear you.
Ma'am, we are live now. You can start the session.
We are just waiting for our speakers to join in.
Okay, ma'am.
But our speaker hasn't. Namaste, everyone. Wishing you all a very good morning and welcoming you to the very first interdisciplinary panel discussion between the disciplines of psychology and yoga. The topic for our discussion today is mental wellness and yoga, a path to better living. Before I move the spotlight to our speakers, we would request that we respect time constraints of being on a virtual platform. We will be having 15 minutes for each speaker, and after that, I will open our speakers for a panel discussion.
Yes, sir. Everything is okay, sir. Yes, sir. Everything is fine.
Psychology, a
Is there
branch
any
of social
requirement?
science, has sometimes been considered as a part of philosophy,
Okay.
while others have correlated
Okay,
with
thank you.
biology and more recently, neurosciences. This discipline encompasses study of phenomena regarding several aspects of human mind and behavior at individual and societal level, as well as the global platform. Amongst its myriad foci, one of the most discussed fields is its contribution to wellness. In the past 1.5 years, the world has been reeling under serious financial and emotional crisis in the backdrop of the pandemic. Now, the need for a deeper look into the intricacies of the brain, body, spirit, and behavior is more than ever before. I would like to welcome our first speaker, Dr. Shukanto Sharkar. Dr. Sharkar is the additional professor and head in charge psychiatry, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, AIMS, Ullani, West Bengal. He serves as an expert reviewer on the board of several national and international peer-reviewed journals, including the National Medical Journal of India, the World Journal of Biological Psychiatry, and Asian Journal of Psychiatry. A warm welcome to you, Dr. Sarkar, and I now move the spotlight to you. Please share your words with us.
Thank you, madam. I hope participants will join because I am seeing very less
No, sir. These are just our panelists here.
Okay, these are panelists.
Yes,
so,
yes.
I have a presentation.
Right, sir.
So, shall I do that first and then we can have a discussion around 10 to 15 minutes? I can do that.
Absolutely, sir. In 15 minutes time, we will have Dr. Vasudha joining us from Bangalore. And then after her talk, I will open the panel for a joint discussion amongst the
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Right, sir.
So I just share my screen.
Right.
And, are you able to see the screen, madam?
Yes, absolutely,
Yeah.
sir.
Okay,
Please go ahead.
Right. So I think the topic is very apt in today's background, where we are undergoing a lot of stress because of the current pandemic situation, and all group of people from children to elderly, everyone is undergoing this this stressful condition. So apart from various medications that we prescribe for all this depression, anxiety, and stress, we have seen that alternative therapy, and many patients don't tolerate medications also, and we don't give medications for children, for elderlies, and there are a lot of interactions. So what we have seen in our day-to-day practice, that alternative therapies like yoga or music therapy, they are very well taken by the patients, and they are showing phenomenal results. So, from our clinical viewpoint, what we can see that mental well-being and yoga are very much uh, correlated, and we have prescribed yoga, and we have a yoga therapy unit here in AIMS Kalyani, and we have prescribed yoga to our patients, our counselors, social workers, psychologists. They are well versed with different techniques of yoga, and we have seen good results even without medication. So, with this brief introduction, I just start. Uh, we know yoga means an union. Yoga means an union, and it's the union of personal consciousness with cosmic consciousness. That is the basic idea of yoga, and it helps evolution from I to we. Means from an individual you become a global human being. So the expanses are very vast, and for our field, for a psychiatrist, this union also means an union of thought and effect. We have seen our patients, uh, suppose a patient of anxiety, they have anxious affect, they have severe anxious thoughts. And in the current pandemic, definitely these thoughts have increased severely, like whether I will have a COVID, what will happen if I develop a COVID infection, whether I will get a hospital bed. All these are anxious thoughts, whether my family members will develop COVID because of me. And so everybody is scared of this, and a lot of anxiety related laden thoughts are there. So yoga, it can cause a union between this thought and effect, and we can train the people to cause this union, as well as mind and body, which has huge therapeutic potentials. So that is why we often prescribe. I'll say prescribe because we also write in the prescription that yoga or music therapy can be added in the treatment. So jumping to yoga and mental health, what does yoga? Since we are very biologically driven, and we understand that various body parts that are functioning are because of the uh, changes in the brain cells and the neurotransmitters, right? So when we see that the brain is functioning, and how the brain are functioning, then we can understand how the yoga therapy is helping us, uh, uh, and what it causes in the brain that is producing the changes. So this is very evidence based, because unless in today's world, if you say that yeah, yoga works in anxiety, yoga works in depression, yoga works in stress, but if somebody asks you what is the evidence for that, do you have any such study related to that? How you know? It can be a layman, just a discussion. You have seen something in the media, something in the television, something in the newspaper you have read, and you are just applying, or is it a scientific background or basis is there? So that is why I have dealt slightly into the scientific aspect of yoga and how it affects the brain. So what studies have found out that brain cells develop new connections, and there has been a change seen in the brain structure as well as function. This I will tell you later in slightly details, and which improves our cognitive skill. This cognitive function, as you all know, is very important for day-to-day functioning, like learning, memory, decision making, problem solving, executive functions. All these things are very well improved with yoga. That is what we have seen. Yoga strengthens the part of the brain that play a key role in memory, attention, awareness, thought, and language. So it's like weightlifting for the brain. Means you do weightlifting, your muscles are developed, and here we are doing weightlifting for the brain to develop and improve the function, cognitive functions mainly. So studies using MRI scans and other brain imaging techniques have shown that people who regularly did yoga had a thicker cerebral cortex. Our cerebral cortex has two parts. The upper part is the cortex. Sorry, the cerebrum has two parts. Upper part is the cortex, and the inside part is the mantle, or the uh, or we say subcortical part. So the cerebral cortex, our human beings are superior because they have a thick cerebral cortex. And this is one of the important aspects where the connections are there with the subcortex. So if a person have a thicker cerebral cortex, the brain area responsible for information processing, the connection goes through that. So there will be much more active brain, and the person will be cognitively more active than a person having a thinner cerebral cortex. So yoga studies have shown pre and post they have done after doing a series of yoga for few months, the cerebral cortex thickness has increased. And that is a phenomenal finding because it shows directly how yoga helps and affects the brain. And also there have been changes in the hippocampus. We know hippocampus, the area of the brain involved in learning and memory. So there has been a lot of changes in the hippocampus also, and that is why we have a good memory system. Maybe mainly suppose useful for children who are studying and have problems in memory. Yoga can definitely help them increase their memory. It may counteract age-related declines in memory and other cognitive skills. So for elderly person, when there are dementia-like features or mild cognitive impairment, we have seen our grandfather or even our father, they are developing this kind of cognitive decline. So it improves the memory and other cognitive skills. Just a minute. Hello? Hello? Hmm. Hmm. No. No. ठीक. Okay. So, sorry. Now we see on the basis of mood, because when we are anxious, our mood becomes low, and we are stressed, our mood becomes low. So yoga has a mood elevation property also. Research has shows that yoga and meditation may improve executive function. This I have already told, and it has effect on elevating the levels of brain chemical known as GABA and aminobutyric acid, or what we say as GABA. GABA is if we have an elevated level of GABA, and it is associated with better mood and reduced anxiety. So this is one of a few studies have also found out that GABA level increases in brain after a series of yoga sessions. Meditation also reduces activity in the limbic system, the part of brain dedicated to emotions. So emotions are our the emotions are the expression of our thoughts or affect, right? So when we express a lot of emotions like anger, despair, disgust, all these things, so yoga and meditation, they reduce the activity in this limbic system. The limbic system is the main area of the brain which involves in emotions. So as your emotional reactivity diminishes, you have a more tempered response when faced in stressful situation. So these are the effect of yoga on emotions. So what we have seen, yoga has effect on cognition, effect on mood, effect on emotion. Then most importantly, what we see as, because I told you yoga is a union between you and the cosmic environment. So self-awareness. So when you are aware of your own body and mind, and then we become more aware of the things which are around us. So this kind of awareness is very much increased with yoga. It increases self-esteem through self-commitment. Yoga is the link which connects the mind and the body of individual and helps to stay connected with the greater sense of community and the universe. So these are all very important for a person to deal with various stressful events of life and becoming mentally well-being. These are also a part of mindfulness therapy and treatment that we often prescribe. Now, all these things are, however, evidence-based, and there are a lot of literature that are coming up. One journal is there, which is known as Journal of Alternative and Complementary Medicine. You can see there are a lot of studies related to yoga, complementary alternative medicine, JCAM. So there are a lot of studies there. Even all these psychiatry journals like Indian Journal of Psychiatry, British Journal of Psychiatry, American Journal, they have also a lot of studies coming up with this alternative treatment. And I have focused on one study where they have done a review of 15 studies, a kind of meta-analysis, but they have not done a meta-analysis actually. They have reviewed the 15 studies, and published in this journal, Aging and Mental Health. And they have looked at various effect of a variety of relaxation techniques on depression, anxiety in older adults. So various techniques they have used, like music therapy they have used yoga, they have used relaxation techniques, they have used simple counseling. All these things they have used to see the effect of relaxation on depression, anxiety. And what they have found, yoga and music are the most effective for both depression and anxiety. And yoga appeared to provide the longest lasting effect. So it was a longitudinal study. So yoga also had a long lasting effect. So this is one of the very important study that projects that yoga definitely is effective, and also it has long lasting effect. So definitely this, because it's not a short term effect, it's a long lasting effect. So definitely there are some changes in the brain that happens, which remains permanent or at least semi permanent. Now we see various disorders and how yoga helps. Different forms of yoga like Sudarshan Kriya, Sahaj Yoga, Yogasana has been investigated with promising results treatment of depression. They are all published literature. So different types of yoga has been investigated. But however, these are all add-on therapies, means the patient is on antidepressants and they have add-on yoga or on psychotherapy, what we call as a standard therapy, and we add on yoga to that. Yoga led to a feeling of well-being and reduced dysphoria in clinically healthy subjects. Also subjects like healthy subjects were having mild dysphoria, stress. There are also a lot of studies in the feeling of well-being. Reduction in depression scores following yoga are seen in various studies. So what we do when we do a study on depression, we see the before applying the treatment, like we say the baseline, we see the depression scores using a depression scale like Hamilton Depression Scale, and we see the scale. We can apply the scale after some time to see the post scores, pre and post. So what we have seen in studies, it focuses that there is a reduction in depression scores following yoga. There is very few randomized trials, but one randomized trials I have found where they have done yoga with which almost nearer to an antidepressant drug, imipramine. So this has been done in young adults, not in children or elderly. And I think randomized control trials are very less. We'll discuss this later. Yogasana-based therapy alone too has reduced depression to a level of remission. There are few studies alone yoga has been used to reduce depression, but this depression are not very severe. They are mild to moderate depression maximally. So yoga has an effect too. As a sole treatment, it can improve depression. Anxiety, we have seen anxiety disorders, mainly OCD, obsessive compulsive disorders. They have used Kundalini yoga, and the effects have been encouraging. Also in panic and phobia, they have used add-on yoga with anxiolytic therapies, and they have found well-conducted clinical trials are there. The yoga is beneficial. Even psychosis, which is very difficult to treat, like schizophrenia, and there are a lot of treatment algorithms are there. Yoga has been seen to be beneficial as an add-on in negative and cognitive symptoms of the disorder. And yoga has been recently introduced as a guideline of treatment, add-on treatment for schizophrenia. Now, what I was saying, the biomarkers, they are changing the changes in the biomarkers. One of the markers is P300. It's seen by an ERP. One of the markers is serum cortisol level. That also yoga reduces serum cortisol level. Cortisol level increases in case of depression. BDNF, brain-derived neurotrophic factor, is another biomarker of depression, which is also reduced in depression. Yoga increases that. And hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis, what we say HPA axis, that is also overactive in depression and stress. Yoga has a calming effect on that. Also, neuroplasticity, the effects of yoga on neuroplasticity, on oxytocin, these are all seen as studies has been done with this. Even if your genetic changes have been done, pre-level genetic changes also has been seen. So there are a lot of evidence biologically also that yoga is effective and efficacious. GABA we have already discussed. Another thing is very interesting, that chanting Om, that is very commonly done as a yogic is known to deactivate certain brain regions implicated in emotions, possibly to vagal afferent system. And what we know that VNS, vagal nerve stimulation, is a potential treatment for depression. So it acts in the similar level as vagal nerve stimulation. The problem with yoga is, as an evidence medication, is what we do in an evidence-based medication, that we give a placebo-controlled trial. That is difficult because yoga, similar placebo, similar kind of sham yoga and all is very difficult to give. Double-blind clinical trials are almost impossible because those who are receiving yoga, they cannot be blind to anything. They know that they are receiving yoga. And they're difficult to conduct studies comparing yoga independent because of a lot of ethical issues. And if there is something, then the problem is there. So these are the problems with yoga as a research tool. So finally, to summarize, yoga is emerging as a potential therapeutic intervention in mental well-being and mental disorders. But there is a need to objectively evaluate yoga therapy further in multi-center trials and integrate yoga into clinical practice. And yoga therapists to become a very useful member of mental health team in the days to come. We at AIMS Kalyani, we have a center known as Ayush. I think everybody knows that. It's Ayurveda, Unani, Yoga, and homeopathy. We have a center here, and we are open to patients who opt for a yoga therapy or suppose Ayurvedic therapy along with a medical therapy. So all central institute like AIMS like institute, they have this kind of Ayush treatment, which government is also encouraging because of drugs have various other issues, side effects, and various other complications, interactions. So our motto is to give minimal drugs. However, when it's essential, we have to give, and we can add on this kind of alternative treatment. Mainly yoga comes out, emerges as a very strong contender for this kind of treatment. So I think this is what I have to say initially. So we can discuss and then we can take out more points.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your valuable thoughts with all of us. Taking out words from your talk, I would like to say all exercise can boost your mood by lowering levels of stress hormones, increasing the production of feel-good chemicals known as endorphins, bringing more oxygenated blood to your brain. But yoga may have additional benefits. It can affect mood by elevating levels of a brain chemical called GABA, which is associated with better mood and increased anxiety. Meditation also reduces activity in the limbic system, the part of the brain dedicated to emotions, just like you just now explained to us. As your emotional reactivity diminishes, you have a more tempered response when faced with stressful situations. With its emphasis on breathing practices and meditation, both of which help calm and center the mind, it's hardly surprising that yoga brings mental benefits such as reduced anxiety and depression. What may be more surprising is that it actually makes your brain work better. Taking words from your talk, it is weightlifting for the brain. I would now like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Vasudha M. Sharma. Dr. Vasudha is the Director, Medical Services of Vivekananda Health Global, an international chain of integrative medicine-based centers headquartered at Bangalore. VHG is a brand of Vyasa Healthcare Private Limited and integrates Ayurveda, yoga, and naturopathy for better treatment outcomes. An entrepreneur in the field of integrative medicine, an Ayurveda and yoga therapy consultant, researcher, and international speaker with 20 years of clinical experience. She has completed her bachelor's degree in Ayurveda from the Government Ayurveda Medical College, Bangalore in the year 1999, master's and PhD in yoga from S. Vyasa University. Her doctoral work is on integrating Ayurveda and yoga therapy in the management of migraine headache without aura. She has published 4 papers based on her research on migraine. She has been a clinical practitioner for last 20 years and a practitioner of integrative medicine since 15 years, combining the traditional Indian system of medicine, Ayurveda, yoga, and naturopathy. Thank you so much, madam, for taking out time from your busy schedule and being with us today. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm glad to be here with all of you. So I think without taking much time, I can also go ahead with my presentation for today. Since I was not able to hear the other speakers, but I briefly heard the last speaker, Dr. Sarkar. I understand that there may be some repetitions. I might just put in my clinical experience in the journey, therefore. So we're mostly talking about the yoga for mental health, and where all yoga has really proven to be highly beneficial. As Dr. Sarkar is already mentioning, there is enough of research which makes us understand and gives us a lot of information about how evidence-based yoga is. So as all of us understand, mental health is just not about being happy or feeling good, but it involves maintenance of successful mental activity, which can be categorized across the daily productive activity, maintaining fulfilling relationships, our adaptability to change, and also our adaptability to cope up with stresses, because stress can never be zero, and all of us have different levels of stress and different zones of life and different age groups of life. So it becomes essential that we start reducing the impact of stress on ourselves, especially the mind and the body. And once we're able to work on reduction of impact of stress, then we are also able to manage our mental health, since our specific focus is mental health. And when we understand about yoga talks a lot about mind, a lot about the manas, and therefore, do we really understand what it is? Is it anatomically defined or no? So basically, we use it, but we probably don't know where it is. And we know how to spoil our mind, but we really don't know how to fix it. Human mind is like a monkey mind, always thinking, always with too many thoughts. Thought processes are innumerable. And we many times know we need to control the mind, because that's what is going to really help us be fit and fine, across the day, across many days and years. And we also should start understanding how we should regulate it. But always we tend to listen to the mind, but we should also know when to listen and when not to listen. So this is where the core of yoga is all about. And since this domain has already been explored much, we do not get into greater details, but we know that there are different regulatory mechanisms in the brain which can help us understand this bit of how the brain really helps us in modifying different other physiological functions. So here, when we look at the different aspects, we know that there is a particular region in the brain which is specifically focusing on the specific being conscious. There is another bit which is very specifically looking after how clever we can be, and there's another part of the brain which is like it was also being mentioned, the limbic system, which is actually the troublemaker, which can generate different problems such as anxiety, anger, depression, and many more emotional changes. So when we want to understand the difference between brain and the mind, let's not get confused. Let's understand that brain is definitely an anatomical organ, and mind may not be mapped that way, but mind is an experience, and that is where it is called as chitta or manas. And this is also further on, very well controlled by our buddhi or the intellect, and ahankara, which is the ego. And when we start understanding all these aspects, we should definitely know that mind, is like a garden. Our thoughts are like seeds, because when the seed is very strong, or when the thought is very strong, only then we know how strong our actions can be. And therefore, we can only grow flowers there, or you can grow weeds. So what do we want to do in life? We obviously want to grow flowers, and we do not want to grow weeds. Therefore, culturing our mind is very, very essential for having good mental health. And that's what yoga talks about. Yoga talks about gaining mastery over the mind, and therefore it is essential to understand that yoga chitta vritti nirodha. There is the chitta vritti. There are so many modifications that are called vrittis of the chitta, which is the mind, and controlling or gaining mastery, balancing them is all what yoga talks about. And this is very, very essential for us to understand, because the basic definition has to always be implemented into any kind of clinical practice. So many people might feel, oh no, we always say yoga chitta vritti nirodha, but how are we going to really enhance this understanding and implicate this understanding? And only when we bring it to practical experience that we start really believing in the same. So just to give an example, what happens is patients come with very, very common problems, say I'm not able to sleep. When we ask them a question, why are you not able to sleep? Are you always very stressed? Yes, I'm always very stressed. Even in the sleep, I only think about my work. I need to have a project. Suppose the person is a software engineer, then he would always say, I'm always thinking about my project submissions, deadlines. Somehow I'm not able to keep my mind, very, very focused or very calm. So this is a very common problem which people experience. Therefore, the solution is, we can never tell them, you please close your eyes and do Omkara chanting, because they cannot do it. So we will have to have our own mechanisms, which we understand based on our experience with yoga, and tell them, yes, please do loud chanting, keep your eyes open, keep your eyes focused on some object in front of you, maybe an image of God or nature or anything you like, and then just do loud chanting. As you start doing the chanting, slowly your mind calms down. So what we're trying to kind of bring into practice is try to reduce the thought process which is totally occupying you. And as you start reducing the thought process, automatically the clarity of thought is very good. And therefore, we need to work on the aspect of samatvam or balance, which yoga talks about. And this balance is at the level of the mind and the body, because mind-body equilibrium is extremely essential for good health. So we have seen many physical problems transforming into psychological issues, or many psychological problems which start taking a toll on the physical health. A very simple example is, suppose a person has psoriasis and he's been having it, say, for many years. Slowly, he's also upset psychologically because of the problem psoriasis is creating to him, socially and personally as well. And if we have to break the same chain of transformation from physical to mental problems, then yoga is a great adaptable science of healing. Therefore, brings in equanimity, stability, balance, harmony. And this equipoise is what is essential for good health. So, further on, when we continue understanding about yoga, yoga is also defined as yogaha karmasu kaushalam. So what is this yogaha karmasu kaushalam? So it is nothing but bringing in the skillful action. And that means to say, all of us, nature has given us this bountiful an energy to do a lot of actions, but what is effective, what is not effective is very, very essential for us to understand. And this is how we can also reduce the impact of stress on ourselves. In one day or in 1 hour, we want to do, say, in 1 hour, we want to do 5 things. Will I really be able to do that? Am I really taking a toll on myself? We should also think about it. Therefore, planning and execution plays a very good role in keeping our mental health also good. So, I have some activity, say till 12:30 now I have another activity, or say I'm there with all of you. Next time I'd have some more, across the day. But unless we have some plan and some schedule, and we are also focused, our mind is not relaxed. But if we have that planning, then the mind is comfortably relaxed at least. Therefore, it is very essential that we bring in this karmasu kaushalam within us. Therefore, the total transformation we are looking at the level of the mind function is the monkey mind moving to the mind which is mastered itself through our instinctive behavior becoming intuitive behavior, our negative factors slowly becoming positive, where where we start or stop talking about negation. So this is always very helpful, and our dominative behavior, the I factor, which we might many times have, has to become a denominative behavior, because we should also know where we can probably bring down ourselves, learn how to also bow, also bring your head down, look down. So we should also know this, because most of us want to only look upward. So this is what yoga also teaches us. So all these things are very practical, and when we say you have to have that denominative behavior, it doesn't mean that you have to say yes to wrong things, but you should know that this is very, very helpful in building relationships. The most common problem nowadays, post-COVID, we also hear in many countries that divorces have increased. So why do you think divorce has increased? Husband and a wife are not able to cope up with themselves in COVID. They were all put in the same house. So probably, the way they engage with themselves did not go well. Therefore, if we have this adjustable behavior within us, and yoga can really help us improve on this adjustability, that is where life can be more easy, our mind can be much more at balance, and this is going to help improve our mental health. So and this has already been spoken. Since I specifically spoke about how yoga can really practically help, we also need to know that there is a lot of research which talks about how yoga can work on emotions. So here we know that specific deactivation at the limbic system helps in regulation, and a study on Om chanting has very clearly shown this, and the same can be used in patients of depression because it can help in stimulation. So this is where we were talking. So we see many patients with depression, especially off late, it has slightly increased post-COVID. Either they're anxious or they're depressed. But yoga has really helped them to get over. We have to give them the specific module of yoga in accordance to their problem. And here we need to understand that the person might have a depressive history, he might have any other health problem. Therefore, we will have to give them a customized yoga module which will greatly benefit them. We can give them 7 days of yoga, we can give them 14 days of personalized yoga, after which they can practice the same at home. And of course, review with the doctors once in a week to say how they continue to become well. And we also use some basic clinical assessment at our OPD clinics, where we take help of physiological tools, we measure their HRV, and we also use some questionnaires as and when we see patients. So overall, yoga has also definitely shown a positive effect and decreased negative effect. So research on home guards has very clearly shown this, and it has also shown that this can improve in about a week. So another study also shows this, and this study is published in International Journal of Yoga. So apparently, since we've been talking about anxiety and depression, we also understand that it is backed up by evidence, and the theory of GABA has already been discussed, and therefore, because GABA levels increase, we see this change. So there are many more other phenomena which are also understood, but the studies very clearly show how it does make a change. Not only this happens in just specific category of people, but overall we see that there is improved well-being, very specific improvement in self-control. Yoga not only can do this, but improve mood, attention, focus, and much more, especially when it comes to stress. As I already mentioned, the impact of stress can be reduced, therefore stress tolerance can improve. So this is how we start understanding the basis behind all the interventions. So when we talk about adults, we understand that there is large impact of yoga, but please always note that yoga is for children as well, because children are the future of the society, and it is very important to maintain their mental health, because if at a younger age mental health is disturbed, then it definitely has an impact at a growing adult level. Studies have also very clearly shown that it improves physical and mental well-being in children. It not only does that, but improves mood, self-regulatory skills, resilience, and also builds their emotional quotient. And children also have a lot of anxiety. So in the last 1.5, 2 years, we have seen how children are all at home and how much of stress they've also had with increased screen time, reduced play time, and much more. So inculcating yoga can really benefit children as well. So looking at different age groups, we understand that yoga is definitely very, very useful. So not omitting pregnant women. So that's where the future of the child starts with. So in pregnant women also, when yoga is administered, we have seen distress reducing. Studies have also shown that depression, negative effects, and different other problems such as anxiety, sleep disturbances have also reduced through administration of yoga. Therefore, we should understand that yoga is not just for a specific segment, but it is for everyone, be it a child, be it a lady, be it a gentleman, or be it the fetus, because yoga also helps and has a direct impact on fetal programming. So let's begin advising yoga and inculcating yoga in all the people, so that we can definitely work on improved behavioral patterns and improved mental health, which is the need of the hour, and therefore make yoga a way of life. So thank you very much. I conclude my presentation with this. Thank you, Ms. Cecil, for inviting.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your words of wisdom. And I would just like to, open up a question to both of you, Dr. Sarkar and Dr. Vasudha. As Dr. Vasudha spoke about the mind from our ancient perspective as the Antakarana, Manas, Buddhi, Chitta, and Ahamkara. The question that I would like to put to Dr. Sarkar is, what do we understand as mental health? Is it same as happiness, or is it simply absence of mental illness from our modern perspective?
Yeah, good question. Mental health is a very broad term. Actually, it's not just mere the absence of illness. Like in the definition of health, suppose if you see the definition of health, WHO has given the definition of health that it is a state of physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual well-being. So it's not merely the absence of disease. Even suppose you have a disease, but you are physically or emotionally well. Even many people have diseases, illnesses, and still they look happy, they look active, and you might not feel that they are having some illness. They're also healthy. So mental illness, mental health also is defined in that manner, that it's not only the absence of mental illness, but how we cope with that illness, and how much emotionally, spiritually, mentally we are active and involved. That is what is mental health. So it's not like I'm having a depression means I'm mentally ill health. It's not like that. Even with a mild depression, maybe things are when severe, definitely you are not mentally well, then you cannot do your day-to-day functioning. So the definition what we give in various classificatory system, if you see, we have two classificatory system of this mental illness. One is ICD, one is DSM. So the definition, what both the system agrees, is the person, if he's mentally ill, should have a dysfunctional socio-occupational functioning. So that should be dysfunctional is socio-occupational functioning. Social means like social cognition, interaction with person, interaction with family, socially how is appropriate behavior, what he's doing, that is social. And occupation is whatever work he's doing, even if a household, even a kid, work means not only earning, he's doing his studies or not. So whatever he's doing, is he's doing up to the level that is expected from the society. If it is not there, then definitely he's mentally not well. So the definition, what you said, is not just an absence of a disease, it's how much active, cognitively active, emotionally active you are during this period.
Thank you so much for your enlightening words, sir. We have a couple of questions coming in from our audience. The first is from Sneha Das. This is for Dr. Vasudha. Could you please elaborate about equipoise?
So I think the question came up in the understanding of the definition of yoga. So we spoke about samatvam. So we can use the word balance, equilibrium, or equipoise. Balance is at a very superficial level that you feel good and much more in harmony. Equilibrium is where you closely go to the state of equipoise, where you're trying to balance your mind and body specifically. And when we talk about equipoise, it specifically suggests perfection of this balance and stability of the equilibrium. So that is how we can look at understanding equipoise. Thank you.
Thank you so much, madam. The next question is from Ambalika Bhaumik, and I would open this question to both of you. She asks, how does yoga change the physiology of the brain? Dr. Sarkar, you can go in first, and then I will.
Yeah, I have already discussed. I think maybe she has missed. You can give a PowerPoint to them. There are a lot of changes that has been seen and that has been published in scientific literature. I am not talking about things that are published in media, like newspaper. Every day, if you open an English newspaper, you will see yoga affects the brain in such and such manner. However, they are taken from studies. But if you go by scientific literature, like what Madam also told, Journal of Complementary and Alternative Medicine or International Journal of Yoga, and even other medical and psychiatric journals, there are a lot of changes that are happening in the brain with yoga, and that is how we say that it is working. Like when we say a drug is working, like suppose COVID is there, and you are saying that whether our drug which are used for COVID is working against COVID or not. How will you know is that we see an evidence that whether before giving the drug and after giving the drug, what has happened to the bacteria and the status of the immune system. So on that basis, we say that the drug is working. Similarly, yoga is working, we can say, because yoga is affecting the brain. And that is the most important. The brain is our main orchestra. Brain helps to, all the bodily functions are mainly orchestrated by the brain. So what I have told already, that the brain thickness, the cortical thickness, the limbic system, the hippocampus, these are three major structures that yoga affects. However, studies are done with a long-term effect of yoga, means yoga therapy done for a longer period of time. I am not very aware whether very short period, suppose I do one session of yoga and this will produce a change. Momentarily change will be there, but it might not persist. So you have to continue yoga for some time. That is what I understood from the studies. And there are a lot of neurochemical changes, GABA, changes in GABA, change in oxytocin level. Oxytocin is a very important hormone for social cognition, social behavior. Like if you have a higher level of oxytocin, means you're socially very appropriate. Your behaviors are very much appropriate in social situation. You will be liked by people in the social situation. So yoga improves that. Yoga improves cortisol level. It reduces cortisol level. Cortisol is a hormone which is a damaging hormone. Steroids. These are damaging hormone, and this has been seen in depression as a higher level when a person has severe depression. So it reduces that. So all these effects on the brain structure, chemical, and the function definitely is very much visible in various scientific journals. So that is why we are we say with a very strong sentence we can use that yoga is definitely an effective, we can say, effective therapy in various mental disorders and mental illness. Madam, you are mute. Madam, you are mute.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sarkar. Dr. Vasudha, would you want to add anything on to that? Because we have another question specific for you. This
So nothing to add, very specifically. I think he has very well covered it in gist. But overall, the audience should understand that yoga has an impact on the higher brain functions, on the motor functions, on the sensory functions of perceptions, and also emotions. This is the gist.
Right, madam. So there is another question for Dr. Vasudha from Madhurima Basu Thakur. She writes, ma'am, in a slide, Bhagavad Gita was mentioned along with chanting Om. Do you advise this generation to read Bhagavad Gita? Is spirituality connected to yoga?
Right question. But yes, spirituality is definitely connected to yoga. Yoga is a spiritual science. Religion is not what is yoga. So that is where we have to understand the difference between religion and spirituality. And inculcating principles of Bhagavad Gita in day-to-day life is extremely useful. So what we have to understand is, when it comes to Bhagavad Gita, it's like a big resource of yoga. And the definition of samatvam, yoga uchyate, comes from Bhagavad Gita itself. So when we understand this, it is extremely crucial for us to know that we have to adapt different principles. So it would be nice if people can take out and specifically read chapters which talk about Jnana Yoga, Karma Yoga, Raja Yoga, especially the 4 streams of yoga, and also inculcate different behavioral instincts. So if I have to give you an example, there's one beautiful shloka in Bhagavad Gita which says, Dhyayato Vishayan Pumsaha Sangasteshu Pajayate Sangat Sanjayate Kamaha Kamaha Krodho Bijayate. So it is very clearly talking about how our emotions, our mind really functions, how it can lead to mental health deficits, which are definitely first beginning at the emotional level. Dhyayato Vishayan Pumsaha means you keep on thinking about the same object. Sanghasteshu pajayate. This leads to sangha or attachment. Sangaha sanjayate kamaha. If you do not get it, that means if you do not get what you're attached to, then it leads to desire. Kamaha krodho bijayate. If you don't get once again, leads to anger. Krodhat bhavati sammohaha. It leads to delusion. Your anger, repeated anger, leads to delusion. And sammohat smriti vibhramshaha. It leads to destruction of your memory. Smriti Bhramshat Buddhinashaha, once you are impacted at your memory level, it leads to destruction of your intellect. Buddhinashat Pranashyati, and therefore you're completely destructed. So when you know the flow, our first problem starts at the level of the attachment. So from there, we move on till that destruction. So Bhagavad Gita has a lot of such, different understanding. So definitely recommend reading Bhagavad Gita.
I just like to add on.
Right. Yes, sir. Please.
In today's world, like when we are very much dependent on internet and various other gadgets, people have become very restless. Means they get things within a split second. If you want food, if you want your favorite food, within split second it will come to you. You want your favorite show, even if you have missed your suppose TV. We used to have TV, and if you miss a show, means it's gone, or you have to wait for a week. Now it's immediately available on all these OTT platforms. So whatever you want, immediately will get. So in this aspect, definitely we need a kind of, and our family has become more nuclear, and we don't have grandmothers, grandfathers to tell us stories of wisdom. So, and modern textbooks have changes from this moral science to various other like what we do, coding and other things now, right? So we need a kind of some mental calmness, that what yoga can provide, what this kind of learned books can provide, learned people can provide. I think children of the society need something. Otherwise, they will become, their mind will be very much distractible, and the focus won't be there. So anything that is, I think what Madam wants to say, even if you don't read, I think Bhagavad Gita as directly, maybe you can read some of these things. What we read now, we read WhatsApp jokes and WhatsApp text, and that is, our mind is full with that. So these words of wisdom or textbooks of wisdom are definitely recommended, maybe school level, maybe at college level, maybe these all things are important now, which we are now, I think, it's disappearing from our lives.
Absolutely. Absolutely. This is such a beautiful discussion going on. And honestly, I personally would want it to go on continuing. But as I said, we have restraints of time. So I would like to, first of all, thank Dr. Vasudha on behalf of all of us at NSHM for taking out her time on such short notice and being with us and sharing her words of wisdom as always. Thank you so much, madam. Dr. Sarkar, thank you once again on behalf of NSHM. Your words have been also very, very inspiring, and I'm so happy that things like this are happening in our part of the country. I look forward to connect with you more in the future. Thank you so much.
Definitely. You can come to Kalyani and visit AIMS Kalyani also.
Absolutely, sir. I look forward to that.
We can do a kind of project or collaborative work with Madam also is there. So we can do this kind of collaborative project, bringing yoga and doing a research, whatever the current world wants, research and evidence, we'll give that also. That is also possible if we can connect, all of us, we can connect together, right?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And viewers, thank you for joining us and making this such a wonderful session for all of us. Namaste.
Thank you, ma'am.
Namaste. Thank you.
Activities that are available.
I am Poushali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grades, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Anshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grades, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic bit, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Anshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic bit, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Anshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grade, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Paushali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Anshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grade, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Paushali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic bit, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Anshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic bit, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Anshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grades, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Anshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grade, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Anshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grade, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Anshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grade, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Anshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grade, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Anshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grades, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Ma'am,
Audible.
ma'am, we are live now. We can start the session now.
Okay. One second. Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the second half of the first day of ENATConf 2021. With great pleasure, we start the first scientific technical session at Swami Vivekananda Hall, which will comprise of papers of both psychology and yoga. There will be a total of 6 oral presentations, and this session is actually being chaired by Dr. Tilottama Mukherjee, Associate Professor and HOD, Department of Psychology, University of Calcutta. It is our great pleasure to have ma'am with us. Before moving on to the session, I'd like to say few things about ma'am. Dr. Tilottama Mukherjee is a renowned clinical psychologist and an eminent researcher in the field of psychology. She is the current HOD and the Associate Professor of Department of Psychology, University of Calcutta. Dr. Mukherjee has held several national projects with great aplomb. She has also co-authored several book chapters on role and position of women in patriarchal society. She's a prolific researcher and has over 40 publications to her credit in prominent national and international journals. Her expertise includes work with personality disorders, work on child and adolescent mental health, with cognitive behavior therapy, as well as with third wave therapies. Dr. Mukherjee has won several accolades during her long and illustrious academic career. In fact, she was the gold medalist during her graduation, post-graduation, and her MPhil course. Dr. Mukherjee is also associated with several esteemed and learned societies, including American Psychological Association, Indian Association of Applied Psychology, and also happens to be a fellow of Indian Association of Clinical Psychology. Also, she's a member of Somatic Ink-Blood Society. With this, I would like to have a few words from ma'am. She gazes. Ma'am, you're on mute.
Yes. Shoma, am I audible? A very long introduction. Thank you so much for inviting me to chair this session. And I am looking forward to all the presentations. I went through the titles of the presentations and I saw that they are more or less revolving around COVID-19 pandemic. And there is not a single yoga paper in the session. Yes, I'm looking forward to all the presentations, and I wish all the presenters good luck, best wishes. I think we have about 7 minutes of presentation,
Yes.
Or 8 minutes of presentation and 2 minutes of discussion.
Yes, actually 7 minutes of presentation and 2 minutes of discussion, and then we'll move on to the next person. Okay.
So can the participants also raise questions? Those who are in Zoom now in the meeting?
Those who are in the meeting, those who are in the audience, they can ask questions through chat. And the presenters who are there, they have joined through Zoom.
Okay.
So they might be able to ask questions orally, but otherwise the larger audience of the conference, they would be able to raise their questions through the chat.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So shall we start now with the first presenter?
Yeah.
Okay. So our first presenter is Shraddha Bhair. Shraddha, are you ready? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You may start.
Is the screen visible to everyone?
Yes, it's visible.
And I'm audible?
Yes, Shraddha.
Good afternoon, everyone. So the title of the study is Resilience, Coping Styles and Quality of Life of Doctors During COVID-19 Pandemic in India. And this is a comparative study. The author details are as mentioned. So moving on to the introduction. So as we all know that the COVID-19 pandemic has definitely caused an unprecedented strain on the frontline healthcare workers along with the patients and their families. And this impact has been seen at a global level. And a large section of these frontline workers affected during the pandemic are definitely the doctors, because there is regular exposure to COVID-19 patients, and which has definitely resulted in further deterioration of the mental health of these healthcare professionals, which already was fragile in the beginning of the pandemic. Especially, it has been seen that among those healthcare workers who are dealing with patients very closely, like in emergency services as well as in intensive care units, the impact has been seen more. So, as stated by literature conducted before, better coping strategies and higher resilience does lead to better quality of life. So, in this regard, psychological resilience in particular, along with the identification of specific coping styles which are used by doctors during this era of pandemic, will give us some important information which can be later targeted. So that is why we will move on to understanding what is the rationale and the objective of the present study. So the link between resilience, coping, and quality of life has been established by several studies conducted on different samples. During the COVID-19 pandemic, several studies have also been conducted on mental health of frontline workers as a whole group. However, limited studies have focused on doctors in particular and comparing the mentioned variables among those who are seeing COVID patients in the OPD, that is outpatient department, and the ICU setup, in particular with the Indian population. Hence, the objective of the present study is to identify the level of resilience, the major coping styles, and the quality of life of doctors on COVID-19 duty, and to compare the scores between those who are working in the OPD setup and those who are dealing with patients in the ICU setting. Coming to the variables of the present study, So resilience is the first variable. As we know that it is resilience is defined as the resistance to illness, adaptation, and thriving, the ability to bounce back or recover from any sort of stress. Whereas coping styles are psychological patterns that individuals use to manage their thoughts, their feelings, their actions, which are encountered during various stages of ill health, stress, and treatment. The third and the final variable of the study is quality of life. So, as per WHO, it is an individual's perception of their position in their life in the context of cultural and value systems in which they live and in relation to their goals, their expectations, standards, as well as the concerns. So, a brief about the methodology. The present study uses a between group design. So, total number of participants for the present study were 60, divided into two groups: doctors who are working in OPD, doctors who are working in ICU, and equal division, that is 30 and 30. So, the tools that were used were first, obviously, the social demographic information sheet for the information about specific social demographic details like the name, the initials, age, the gender, years of experience. Focus has been also given to what are the specializations to get an idea as to which specialization is represented by how much percentage in both the groups. The first scale is the brief resilience scale developed by Smith. So this scale has 6 items and it is measured on a 5-point Likert scoring method. And the final items, the final scoring gives us the classification in terms of low resilience, normal resilience, and high level of resilience. The second scale is the brief scope. So it's a 28-item self-report questionnaire which is designed to measure the effective and ineffective ways to cope with a stressful life event. So it gives us 3 domains broadly: problem-focused coping, emotion-focused coping, and avoidant coping. And under these broad domains, there are specific coping strategies which I have mentioned. Like, say, for example, for problem-focused coping, there is active coping, information support, positive reframing, planning. So similarly for the other two also. And here we get the scores along these 3 domains. Finally is the World Health Organization Quality of Life, BREF. So this was developed by WHO and it assesses the scores come in 4 specific domains, like the physical health, the quality of life with respect to physical health, the quality of life with respect to psychological health, then social relationships, and the overall environment of the individual. So the facets under each, the items are based on these 4 domains, and the scoring also is obtained according to these 4 domains. The mean score in the 4 domains. For this present study, SPSS was used version.
Shraddha, you have 1 minute left.
Yes. So moving on to the descriptive statistics, chi-square and t-test were used, and the results are that maximum percentage we have seen is females here, and years of experience maximum percentage is between 1 to 5 years. These are the areas of specialization. The focus, maximum percentage was seen in the critical care medicine sector. Coming to the inferential statistics, so the first is the chi-square and comparing the resilience scores. And it was seen that there was a significant difference in both the groups, and there was low resilience seen in case of doctors dealing with patients in the ICU sector. For coping style, although there was no significant difference in both the groups, but it has been observed that problem-focused coping was used by majority of the population. However, in the ICU sector, more individuals use emotion-focused and avoiding coping strategies. Finally, is the quality of life domain. So differences in quality of life.
Shraddha, please wrap up within 30 seconds, okay? Whatever.
Yes. Thank you. So in quality of life domain, in the physical as well as the psychological health, there were significant differences, seeing that quality of life was lower in terms of physical and psychological health in the individuals seeing patients in the ICU setting. So finally, we have seen that there is significant difference in the resilience scores, and however, There is no significant difference observed in coping strategies used in both groups, but quality of life definitely has been more impacted in case of individuals, doctors seeing patients in the ICU. Hence, we understand that overall the resilience and quality of life, especially for those working in ICU setting, has been definitely affected. The study has some limitations. The sample size was small, and other health professionals have not been included apart from doctors. One of the few future directions of the study are that a larger sample with more diversity could be included, and a long-term impact of quality of life and resilience could be studied further. And also, we could identify the specific coping strategies instead of just the three domains for a holistic understanding and further targeting interventions. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadra. That was a very enriching presentation. Over to ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you for your presentation. It is a good attempt. We have been talking a lot about the mental health of the medicos during this whole COVID period and how they have rendered their services and they have come under pressure. And, it is a good attempt. But I would like to ask you one question that you have compared between two groups of doctors. Why did you choose the groups like this, that those who are working at the OPD and those who are working at the ICU? I mean, did you expect to get some difference? I mean, those who are working at the OPD and those who are working at the ICU, did you expect to get any difference? You have not got much difference, I can see, and your distribution was not normal also because 30-30 sample you had, and it is difficult to get a normal distribution when we are collecting data online, and you have used non-parametric. But at the outset, did you expect to get any difference between these two groups?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the question. So, the reason why I chose these two divisions is that because ICU, the setup is such that they are very closely dealing with patients, be it at emergency treatment or at the level of surgery. However, in OPD setting, the physical proximity with the patient is not very very close as compared to ICU. Hence, I was expecting that there might be differences, at least in terms of the resilience and the quality of life when it comes to these two groups. That was the reason behind choosing.
I did not get one thing clearly, that you showed a pie diagram in which you showed different kinds of professionals like homeopathy. How did they come in? I mean, I did not get this. How did homeopathy and all this come into your sample?
So these were the questions in the socio-demographic sheet, like information schedule sheet, and I had kept an open-ended question asking for the area of specialization. So I had got these many specializations, and among which a proportion.
And I think if you need to work more on this particular topic, and there are certain methodological issues which I think could be taken up. I know the time is short and you worked under duress, but good attempt. But you can improve your methodology, I think. Thank you.
Thank you for the feedback.
Thank you, Shraddha, and thank you, ma'am, for your insight. I am sure it will help Shraddha in her future research. Okay, so with Aditi, we would like to call up our next presenter, Aditi Dubey. Yeah, you ready? You may start it.
Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So a very good afternoon to respected chairperson and dear colleagues. My name is Aditi and I will present a study on relationship between intolerance of uncertainty and academic self-efficacy among young adult students in India during COVID-19 pandemic. So as we know, the pandemic has caused turbulent changes in the functioning system of the entire society, one of which being the education system. So we have seen that measures such as intermittent lockdown and social distancing has led to the transition from the traditional face-to-face learning method to the novel online learning experiences. So there are various studies around which have suggested the relationship between intolerance of uncertainty, especially during the times of COVID-19. So if we try to understand what is intolerance of uncertainty, we can Frieston's definition can be helpful, which says that it's a relatively broad construct representing the cognitive, emotional, and behavioral reactions to uncertainty in everyday life situation. So Carlton will help us help us understand the construct in a different way. He explains it through a triggering stimuli, a response, and then an incapacity to endure the associated perception of uncertainty. Now, coming to the second variable, the academic self-efficacy. So academic self-efficacy is defined as individual's belief that he or she can cope up with the subjects encountered in an academic field. So the prevailing time, that is the pandemic, has had a major impact on the employment sector, which can be at times discouraging for students who are preparing for a career. There are studies which have predicted a negative effect on the motivation and self-efficacy of the students, especially in the field of academia. Therefore, these two concepts, that is intolerance to uncertainty and academic self-efficacy, can be closely related. So the objective of my study is therefore to explore the relationship between the intolerance of uncertainty and academic self-efficacy among young adult students in India during COVID-19 pandemic. These are my variables. The intolerance of uncertainty, which can be defined again as a dispositional characteristic that results from a set of negative beliefs about uncertainty and its implications, involved as a tendency to react negatively on all the three cognitive, cognitive, and affective domains. And on the other hand, academic self-efficacy is a beliefs construct. If we try to understand the operational definition, here I have used in this study intolerance of uncertainty scale, which is a short form, and it aims to measure the uncertainty and the ambiguous state. Further, it has two subscales, that is the inhibitory anxiety subscale and the prospective anxiety subscale. Inhibitory, as the name suggests, measures the avoidance-oriented responses, and prospective works towards the active information seeking to reduce the uncertainty or increase, sorry, to reduce the, yeah. So my academic self-efficacy and efficacy for self-regulated learning scale was used to measure the academic self-efficacy among the young adult students. So it basically measures the students' opinion about what they can and what they cannot do as opposed to individuals' resources. So the current design is, so the study has implemented a cross-sectional correlational design, and the data was collected through an online platform with 100 samples with 47 males and 53 females. These are the tools. So coming to the results suggest that there is a negative correlation between the intolerance of uncertainty and academic self-efficacy of the students, young adult students, which is significant at 0.05 level. Further, academic self-efficacy and inhibitory anxiety subscale are negatively correlated. This inhibitory anxiety subscale is the part of intolerance of uncertainty index. So if we try to understand the results, the table suggested that there is a negative correlation between intolerance of uncertainty and academic self-efficacy of young adult students. Also, there is a negative correlation between the inhibitory anxiety subscale of intolerance of uncertainty and academic self-efficacy, which is significant in 0.001 level. So if we try to understand what is inhibitory and intolerance of uncertainty, it is basically the avoidance-oriented approach towards it. Inhibition of actions or experiences which is caused by uncertainty. There were items like one should always look ahead to avoid surprises, or when it's time to act, uncertainty paralyzes me. These are the things which measured it. Therefore, the findings suggest that inhibitory type of intolerance displayed by students have also showed low academic self-efficacy. So those who kind of have a lot of intolerance towards uncertainty, especially this avoidant type, will also have a low academic self-efficacy. Not only that, this finding also suggests that there is no correlation between prospective anxiety subscale and the academic self-efficacy of the students. It means that the expression of individuals work towards active seeking information as a way to reduce uncertainty has no influence on the academic self-efficacy of the students. So if we try to understand more, it is usually observed that university students exhibit intolerance, but their reasons could be many other things. It could be the recession or any other brink of employment. But in the prevailing situation, the impact has been more because there is always a need to a need for or a sense of predictability required in an individual to gain balance and control over the situations. And it is useful and it is very helpful in coping successful coping up for especially in when they have to face difficulties in various avenues of their life. So a little bit of predictability is required to have a healthy living. But the prevailing time has had a major impact on their ability to predict the outcomes. The uncertainty, there are various other studies which say that the uncertainty that arises when control and predictability are lost will harm the individual's self-efficacy in every field. In my study, it is academic self-efficacy. So this, in general, I would say the findings of my study suggest intolerance towards uncertainty will have an impact on academic self-efficacy of students negatively, especially those who are at the brink of employment.
Shraddha, you have 30 seconds left.
Aditi.
Aditi,
Yes,
sorry, you have 30 seconds.
It's 10. So the similar findings were found by the studies of Featherson and Kim Ri-ha. The limitations of the study were that I have proposed incidental sampling and the small version of the inhibitory of uncertainty scale. For future directions, various other domains can be used, for example, academic, locus of control, creativity, coping, etc. And also gender differences can be taken into account. So in conclusion, the study finding suggests the intolerance of uncertainty has a negative correlation with academic self-efficacy among students in India. Moreover, the inhibitory or the avoidant response pattern was more dominant.
Aditi?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for your presentation. So over to ma'am.
Thank you, Aditi. Again, a good attempt by you. So this data you collected online.
Yes, ma'am.
I just have one small query. When you are saying that two variables are negatively correlated and there is a weak correlation, not a very strong correlation, like for your first set of variables, yet it is significant at 0.05 level. Your results.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So what does, like, according to your scale, what does this signify? Negative correlation? I mean, how do you explain it? When inhibitory, what is your variable? IU.
Yes, ma'am. Intolerance of uncertainty.
Uncertainty is negatively correlated with self-efficacy. So
academic self-efficacy.
Yes. So academic. So what is the finding actually? How do you explain it?
So, ma'am, as there
had they been positively correlated, then you would have said? That's my question.
So, ma'am, various studies, they have found that intolerance of uncertainty, there are these two terms. Tolerance of uncertainty is the positive thing and intolerance of uncertainty is the negative. If we try to understand from that point, if there is intolerance more, then the academic self-efficacy will be less. So in general, if the study findings suggest that those students who have more of intolerance towards uncertainty, that they are not able to tolerate this impeding uncertainty, eventually their academic self-efficacy is getting impacted. So it is negative.
Right. So your sample was normally distributed?
Yes, ma'am.
So what other tests you have done? I know you are presenting a part of your research here. So what other tests you have done?
Ma'am, it's we are in working with the different designs on it, and we are trying to basically understand their spectrum.
Have you done only correlation?
Up till now, yes, ma'am. And then I'm further trying to understand the gender differences. How
did you check before doing correlation whether it is normally distributed or not? Did you
no,
check
ma'am.
whether your population is normally distributed or not before attempting correlation? We check, isn't it? We check normality. And when we check normality, after checking normality, we do SD mean, etc. We do t-tests like parametric tests. If it is not normal, we do something else. For non-parametric, we go for Man-Whitney, something like that. So you haven't done anything. You straight away went for correlation. We assess product moment.
Yes.
Okay. You are a student, you can look at it. Okay, it's a good attempt on your part, and you can further look at it, at the methodology, at the statistics. Okay, without establishing normality of the distribution, we don't directly go for correlation.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. I'll keep a note of it. I'll just work on it more in that direction. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Devaruti. Devaruti Bosha.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. You will have 6 minutes for presentation, right? At the end of 5 minutes, I'll give you a hint. Okay.
Sure. Just let me let me have 1 second to present my slides.
Sure.
So good afternoon all. Going to present a small paper on family relationships and quality of life during pandemic. So I will like to touch upon these things, that is introduction and
excuse me, Devaruti, yeah, just 1 sec. Your video needs to be on while you present. Yeah.
Just a minute. Just give me a moment, I'm figuring out. Soma, can you please help me out? I'm not able to switch it on because it is not enabled.
Okay, it is not enabled.
Yes.
All
but
right.
I switched on in the beginning, right?
I saw you. Okay, fine. If it's at all very difficult, then I guess you may go ahead with your presentation. Yeah, let's just stick to it. Devaruti, could you take some time to figure it out while we move on to the next presenter? Ma'am, can we do that?
I will just see. It just came and went off. I think I'll be able to.
Tanvi, we have the next presenter.
Am I?
Yeah, you're visible.
Okay, sure. So, so I would like to touch upon these things: introduction and objective, plan and procedure.
Ma'am, your screen is not visible.
Okay.
How about we go to the next person, and once you figure it out, meanwhile, all right, and then we can come back to you. Tanvi, Tanvi, are you ready?
Just give me a second. Yes, I'm ready.
Yeah. So, you will have 6 minutes for presentation, and I'll let you know at the end of 5 minutes. Okay.
Sure. Yeah. So, is my presentation visible?
Yes.
Okay. So, We have co-written this paper. Actually, was a poster, but we were asked to convert it to a paper. However, my co-author was Dr. Archana Sharma, and we've attempted to write it on impact of pandemic on self and self-care among adolescents, emerging adults, and adults. It was a survey method. So, in the introduction, I would emphasize on the definition that WHO has stated, which is self-care to them is individuals, families, and communities have the ability to promote health, prevent disease, maintain health, and cope with disease and disability or lack the provision of medical care support. Now, why we took this particular topic was because during the pandemic, which was an unprecedented situation to each one of us, there were reportedly high cases of, women visiting the psychologists and the psychiatrist OPDs, majorly for the mood swings, depression, and so on. So, which is why the aim of the study was selected as to be the study aims to focus on the impact of the pandemic on personal care of women across all ages. So the objective was to study the impact of pandemic on self and self-care among adolescent females, emerging adult females, and adult females. So the sample that we chose was for the methodology. The study was conducted on a total sample of 163 females, comprising of 39 adolescents, 48 emerging adults, and 76 adults. Sampling methods used was stratified sampling. Procedure. Uh, what we had chosen as an age criteria was minimum 16 years of age and maximum up to 50 years of age. Education qualification, minimum grade 9 and maximum doctoral studies. Data collection, an online survey was conducted by using Google Forms. There were about 5 questions asked, which were a mixture of open and closed-ended questions. Responses were documented automatically, and only one response per participant was ensured to avoid any kind of data to basically avoid and take precautionary measures so that the data is correct. So the results that we found out were that when we asked samples about the doctor visit during pandemic, 24 adolescents and 18 emerging adults reported it was not applicable to them, which means they did not feel the need to visit the doctor during the pandemic. And 26 adults reported that they have avoided visiting doctor due to any kind of pandemic exposure. So basically, to avoid the coronavirus exposure, they have not visited the doctor. The sample was also asked whether they have enough information regarding the precautionary measures required during the pandemic, to which 36 adolescents, 44 emerging adults, and 70 adults reported they have enough information to keep themselves safe and sail through the pandemic. When the sample was asked about the primary source of gathering information during pandemic, 20 adolescents and 35 emerging adults reported TV news channel was the primary mode of information. However, 24 emerging adults reported that they relied over the internet for any kind of major information. Sample was also asked to describe themselves during the pandemic by asking them whether they felt experimental, helpless, hopeful, productive, or withdrawn, to which about 16 adolescents, 13 emerging adults, and 29 adults described themselves to be experimental. And interestingly, about 13 adults described them as hopeful.
Sanjay, you have 1 minute left.
Sure. Yeah, thank you. The sample was also asked about managing their chronic and incidental health issues during lockdown, to which 25 adolescents, 19 emerging adults said it's not applicable for them, and 16 adults preferred consulting a doctor on an online mode. So the conclusion, the data analyzed shows that the adults avoided visiting the doctor to avoid exposure during lockdown, whereas samples across age groups reported to have enough information of the precautionary measures to be taken during the pandemic. TV news and internet was found to be the primary source of information for everyone across the sample. Amongst being experimental, helpless, hopeful, productive, and withdrawn during the breakout of the pandemic, highest reported was interestingly found to be experimental, and the least reported was helplessness. To
Thank
manage
you.
both chronic and incidental health issues
Tanvi?
during
Sorry. Yeah,
no
but
problem.
yeah, thank you.
Almost. This was the poster, yeah.
Ma'am?
Yeah. Okay, you can remove the PPT. You can stop sharing. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Tanvi, for your presentation. But I have a lot of questions.
Sure.
Because what I can gather primarily is you selected 5 questions. How did you arrive at these 5 questions?
Right. So, if I may answer, there were about 15 questions that we had asked. But what we did come to a conclusion that, based on the current paper, the data was, having several questions about self-care, about certain other, conditions during the pandemic. And we thought for this particular paper, we could select say 5 questions out of all of them.
See, when we do a research in behavioral science, our science has this magic that whatever we ask people, the human subjects will get some responses.
Right.
Okay, so similarly, you selected 5 questions and you asked the same question to a number of participants who belong to a very minor age group like adolescents, 15, 16-year-olds, and also the adults who are above 50 years. So when you take a very wide range like that, very wide, 15 to 55 or above 50, 55, 60, and you just arbitrarily select 5 questions, I would say that methodology, becomes, it really goes out of your hand. I think you are a student, you are still studying. I don't know your background. Are you a student?
No, I am working.
You're working. Okay, so as I say that in behavioral science, we can collect data from people. We can ask any questions to anyone, but it should have a proper methodology. Okay, so it's a good attempt that you just got some responses from different age groups on 5 questions. Okay, I cannot put it in any bracket anywhere. So maybe it's a popular research, but anyway, I think if you are really interested, you can work more.
Yeah, I think we will
and
work
if anyone
more on
from the audience has any question, they can ask. Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Ma'am, we haven't got any question on chat. So we'll move on to the next presenter.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tanvi. Debaruti Bashra. Debaruti, are you ready?
Yes. Yes. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
Okay. So just give me one moment. I'll share my screen and proceed. So my paper is on family relationship and quality of life during pandemic. I would like to touch upon introduction and objective of it, plan, procedure, results, and conclusion. So would like to start with one of my very favorite quote of Philip Green, which says that it's all about quality of life and finding a happy balance between work and friends and family. So, I have put up certain kind of facts on my screen, which I think we all are aware of during this pandemic scenario. So the pandemic continues to dramatically affect our lives, including our relationship with other people in our communities or our families or our homes and workplace. Millions of us have lost some or even all of what were our normal ways of seeing others as we try to keep each other safe. Many of us have also found ourselves spending far more time than before with all those who share our homes, whether it is a family or a housemate or both. Uh, Contact with people and being thrown into much closer contact than usual can feel stressful and maybe worrying, frightening, and even sometimes, unbearable. So, what is the psychological aftermath of this? So, at a time when we all face ongoing uncertainty and are worrying about the coronavirus pandemic, the stresses on our relationship are probably all the harder to cope with. So, it's worth trying to be extra patient and understanding both with each other and with ourselves. So putting that in mind, I had referred to two research studies which I felt quite relevant. One was done in Southeast Asia and was documented in the Journal of Family and Environmental Research. And the topic was changes in family life and relationship during COVID-19 pandemic and their association with perceived threats. So what they found a gender difference in time use, household work, and childcare. Majority experienced no change with the quality of relationship with spouses or children, and only 20% of the sample reported a positive change in relationship with the spouse and children. Another study I had referred to is an Indian study which was published in Community Mental Health Journal. It's on quality of life in COVID-19 pandemic in India, exploring the role of individual and group variables. So it tried to find the role of individual variables like anxiety, perceptual susceptibility, and some kind of group variables like identification of the family, religious groups, etc., on the perception or on the prediction of the quality of life during COVID-19. And they found that both the individual and group variables have significantly impacted. And when it is a comparison between individual and the group variable basically impacted over and above the individual variables. So keeping that particular research in mind, the objective of our study was to find out that is there any effect of the structure of family and perception of distress and crisis during the COVID-19 pandemic. The joint and nuclear family structure and the marital status was taken as a defining factor of family structure in the study, and the quality of life encompasses a person's physical as well as socio-emotional well-being in the present study. Based on that, we formulated two hypotheses. The first one, there is no significant difference exists between joint and nuclear family members in their perception of quality of life during pandemic. And the second one, there is no significant difference in the perception of distress due to pandemic among the single and the married population. So the sample was basically a sample of 233 individuals comprised of 107 single and 126 married people. 155 belong to the nuclear setup and 78 belongs to the joint family, and equal representations of the young and middle-aged adults were considered for the study. As a part of the procedure, we used an online survey which was conducted through a Google form. The questions were a mixture of an open and closed-end. Responses were documented automatically, and there was only one response ensured for a particular individual just to avoid the duplication. So what we found is there was basically no significant difference between the means of the joint and between the perceived difference between the joint and the nuclear family members. Whereas when it comes to marital status, the single individuals compared to the married couples, they actually perceived a more stress during this pandemic. So if I put my result onto the hypothesis, yes,
you have 1 minute left.
Okay, sure, thank you. So when I put my result onto the hypothesis, definitely the hypothesis 1 is accepted as there is no significant difference between the perception of quality of life based on family type, and hypothesis 2 is rejected as there is a significant difference in perception of distress due to pandemic among the single and the married population. So when we tried to figure out that the reason that why the single people are exposure or means perceiving greater stress, we found that they have less opportunity to share their concerns. They are more insecure and lonely. They are uncertain for the future and family plans. They means they don't have much access of much available resources, burnout due to the varied responsibilities and inability to access to balanced information.
Thank you, Devarati.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Devaruti, for your presentation. A very interesting area that you have worked upon. Which scales did you use? I missed it during your presentation. Which scales you used to determine to fulfill the objectives?
Actually, ma'am, I did an online survey. So
what was the question?
There were the questions or the domains were selected based on the previous research, which I have already showed.
Okay.
That basically, we tried to figure out that whether they are feeling anxious due to this pandemic, and if there is any physiological manifestation of anxiety, if they are feeling sadness or the depression, if there are any physiological manifestation, and whether the physical health was measured, that if there is a particular person who is comorbid, whether their symptoms or the medication or the doses.
So you framed this questionnaire, this schedule, the questions that you asked them.
Yes.
So you prepared the questionnaire.
Yes, it's a survey. Yeah.
It's a survey.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Survey. I converted it into Google form.
Okay. Yes. So it's like that.
Yeah.
And one thing you mentioned about the couples, 126 married couples. So the couple means the husband and wife, like that, or there were other kinds of couples also?
I think 126 nuclear family I mentioned. Yeah, nuclear family means not only couples with the kids.
So you particularly mentioned that there are couples.
Married couples.
So
yes.
what kind of couples were there? Heterosexual couples or any kind of couple?
No, heterosexual.
Heterosexual.
Yeah, they are married. Yeah.
Okay, and this coupling, like the couples, both of them answered your question?
Yes.
Both of them or either of them?
Yes, both of them.
Both of them. So both of them answered, and in addition to that, the single people answered.
Yes.
So your sample size is actually much more then, isn't it?
Yes. No, accordingly, I told that 233 was the sample size.
Okay.
I think 66 couples.
Yeah.
132.
Yes. 133 actually. 132. Yeah, 132. Yeah.
Okay, I think you can work more in this area. There are certain very good constructs which can come out of this study. Like you have to identify those constructs, and the method which you are using, it's kind of mixed method, partly qualitative, partly quantitative. I mean, you have to properly adhere to a method, and I think you can extend your study, and then it will be a good contribution.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Disha? Disha, are you ready? Yeah.
Let me start my screen.
Yes. Try to be precise and as much concise as possible. I'll knock you after 5 minutes. But I hope you'll finish by then. Okay, all the best.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope that all of you are doing well. With your permission, I would like to begin.
As you can see, the title of my work is a study exploring the psychosocial factors influencing attitude towards marriage in young adult females. We all know that marriage is an age-old tradition across the world. 20 to 30 years back, marriage was a compulsory task to be done, but in recent times, it has become a choice. Societal norms have become much lenient for females, and nowadays they're getting more options and choices regarding their own marriage. Parental conflict could be of different types, like parental divorce or separation or remarriage. Experience of parental conflict increases the risk of lacking confidence upon marriage. Several studies have linked religiosity along with strong religious belief with increased marital satisfaction and increased commitment and fidelity. More or less, similar view is applicable for the concept of conventionalism. Individuals' adherence to the notions of traditional norms is likely to influence his or her attitude towards marriage. Last but not the least comes the concept of relationship status. Generally, people who are presently in a romantic relationship are more tend to have a favorable attitude towards marriage. Next comes the method section. And the main objective of my task was to find whether there is an association between favorable and unfavorable attitude towards marriage and high and low scores on conventionalism, religiousness, personal history related to parents' marital relationship, sexual orientation, and relationship status. My sample consisted 71 female participants with an age range of 18 to 25 years, and the majority of them were college or university students. Now, coming to the tools that I have used in my study to measure the constructs. To measure conventionalism, I used the conventionalism subscale of aggression submission conventionalism scale developed by Dunwoody and Funke. It was a Likert type scale having 6 questions. Higher score indicated high conventionalism and lower score in the scale indicated low conventionalism. Next, to measure the marital attitude of the participants, I used a tool used by Toit and Bunzer. It consisted 2 subscales, among which the first was favorable attitude to marry scale, and it had 9 questions. The first 7 questions were assessed in a 4-point Likert type scale, and the last 2 questions were mutually exclusive type.
Disha,
yes,
you have 1
yes.
minute left.
Yeah, sure. The second subscale, through which, though which was not named by any researchers, had 8 questions and all were assessed in a 5-point Likert type scale. A sum of scores from the 2 subscale for each participant was calculated as an index of each one's attitude towards marriage. High scores indicated favorable attitude and lower scores indicated unfavorable attitude towards marriage. Now, other psychosocial variables which were included in these sections were religiousness, and to measure the religiousness, I gave 4 options like participants' religious activity for 30 minutes.
Disha, please go to your results. Please,
yes.
please
wrap up.
Results.
Sure, ma'am. The main finding was that surprisingly, none other than the conventionalism was found to be significantly associated with the marital attitudes of the participants. Total 41 participants had low conventionalism, and among them 27 had unfavorable, and only 14 participants had favorable attitude. On the other hand, 30 participants scored high on conventionalism Among them, 19 had favorable attitude, whereas lesser number of participants had unfavorable attitude towards marriage. It could be attributed to the fact that the
Disha, thank you. Yes.
Yeah, actually, I'm feeling bad that she could not present her full paper. Disha, I think this is your first webinar, seminar presentation. Need to do it
I'm
faster.
sorry.
I'm really sorry about it. Okay, all the best. Next time again, huh?
Yes, due to time constraints.
Yes, I can understand. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, Paramveer.
Am I
Yeah,
audible?
you are audible. Yes. Disha, please stop sharing your screen. Yeah.
Okay,
Paramveer, be short and precise.
a very good afternoon. I am Paramveer Singh Chauhan, presenting the paper titled Psychological Distress During COVID-19 in Students. Uh, it was along with my professor.
Please speak a bit louder, Paramveer. I am not able to hear you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. So, COVID-19 or novel coronavirus was declared as a global pandemic by World Health Organization on 11th March 2020, forcing the people to restrict their movements, and the emergence of pandemic and lockdown affected many individuals psychologically. According to Roy et al. 2020, the mental health was ignored by low-resource countries. Another study by Serafini et al. 2020 showed that the lockdown had restrictive movements are linked with the feelings of fear of contamination of virus, feelings of loneliness and helplessness, finally manifesting as symptoms of depression. Now, the objective of the study was to assess depression, anxiety, and stress across lockdown on two occasions, one during the lockdown phase and the other one during the unlock phase. The study intends to highlight if lockdown had any impact on the severity of depression, anxiety, and stress. Now, the methodology. There were 63 participants, which were assessed twice. Firstly, during the first week of April, and secondly, during the second week of August. A gap of 3 months was kept. And the tools which were used was the Depression, Anxiety, and Stress Scale, Lovibond and Lovibond 1995, which is a 21-item Likert scale. Now, the present study uses snowball sampling method and is a preliminary study to assess the effect of lockdown among the students in India. Statistical analysis used in the study were for the mean differences between the scores on depression, stress, and anxiety. It was compared by using paired sample t-test, and the proportion or percentages of participants falling into categories of depression, anxiety, and stress were computed, and chi-square was calculated. For the significance difference which exists on severity level for depression, anxiety, and stress. Now, these are the result. First of all, it's the mean score and the standard deviation for the first phase and the second phase. We can see that there's a hike with this for the second phase during the unlock phase. Further, this is the table showing the severity of depression, anxiety, and stress across time with our 63 sample size. With the
Paramveer, please
yes?
try to wrap up within 1 minute.
Okay, sure. And further, this is a table showing mean differences across two time using a paired sample t-test for score of depression, anxiety, and stress. Now, regarding discussion, the results suggested that lockdown had affected the young population severely with an upsurge in depression, anxiety, and stress. The pattern can be understood in light of Hans Selye's general adaptation syndrome, because we can see the resistance stage, which was in the lockdown period, and the exhaustion stage, which was in the unlock period, because of which the scores of depression, anxiety, and stress were high. Further, conclusion, we can say that it is necessary to protect the country from the spread of COVID by implementing the lockdown, but we should have checked the effects of lockdown on our mental health. The limitation of the study is that it's a very small sample size, and further, finally, implication and contribution, we can say that it's a preliminary study for the effects of lockdown on emotional status of students in India. And we can also highlight that there is a need to one-to-one counseling in times of such crisis like pandemic. And thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Paramveer. Well within time. And yeah, there was a lot of clarity in your presentation also. So I just have one question, if Shoma permits me.
Sure.
I could see that you have used both parametric and non-parametric statistics.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So any reason for that?
Ma'am, ma'am, I couldn't say the reason, but because the sample size was small, we used the parametrics.
It was your sample size was 63.
Yes, ma'am. So it was large.
Anyway, okay. I think.
Sorry, ma'am.
Okay, it's okay. Okay, so it's a good session. It is always, very much motivating for us to come to such sessions. And thank you, Shoma, for inviting me. Every session that I chair, reveals the new talents, and that the researchers, they are working, they're trying to do some good research. Yes, there are limitations. We are passing through a very, gloomy time. The gloom is not yet over. And we are all trying to come to terms with, I can see Manali here. Manali, yes, Manali. Hi, nice meeting you, Manali. It's a long time. Yes,
Hi, ma'am. How are you?
Hi, yeah, I'm good. I'm so happy to see you.
Happy to see you too.
Okay.
Actually, Manali is our next keynote speaker. She's going to talk about resilience and ACT.
Okay. Yeah. Manali, you don't live in India, I think. You are abroad.
Yeah, I'm in New York. I finished my PhD here, and I'm working here now. And I feel privileged to be able to come here and present on something that is dear to my work and my heart. Yeah.
Good. Nice. So I would like to leave the session now.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you for your insights.
Yes. Thank you. I am delighted to be able to attend this. Wish you all the best. Good luck to you, Manali. Bye-bye.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for your time. Take care, ma'am. Yeah, I'll get in touch with you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Okay, so we'll move on to our next session, and I'll introduce you all to our next moderator and next guest. Thank you. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, hi. Good afternoon, everyone. So after this scientific session,
We are now for the first plenary lecture of not only this day, but for the ENACTCOM 2021. And I'll not take much time. You all already know that we have Dr. Manali Roy, who is a practicing clinical psychologist in the NYC Health Plus Hospitals in New York, USA. And just for a brief background, she has done her BSc and MSc from University of Calcutta. She had her second master's from Adelphi University, and she had her doctorate from University of Toledo in Ohio, USA. So today she will be talking about resilience and ACT. So over to you, Dr. Roy. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, everybody. It's really like it's very early in the morning for me. It's 6 a.m. here. So thank you. First of all, thank you so much for inviting me. I feel privileged to be able to interact with the new generation of psychology students back home. I come from University of Calcutta, and I proudly carry that banner around. And today I'll share some of the research and clinical work that I have done so far, and that might help you understand resilience a little better. Okay, so should I pull up my PowerPoint, or how do we do this?
If that suits you, you can definitely do that.
Okay, let me. Okay, I'm not super familiar with Zoom, which is, how do I share my screen?
I think you have an option of share screen,
okay.
a green logo.
Right. Let me pull this up first. Give me 1 second.
Sure.
Okay, turn this place, and then I go to Zoom and share content. Screen. Okay, start broadcast. Okay, can everybody see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Now I only see my screen, so I'm basically talking to myself at this point. Okay, so, oh my God, how does this work? Let me pull it up once more. Okay, so why does it do this thing? Okay, so I'll be talking about fostering resilience using the principles of acceptance and commitment therapy. I've trained in acceptance and commitment therapy throughout my PhD years, and this is an intervention that I think is absolutely universal, and it can be used under most circumstances for, say, resilience or psychopathology. It's one of the treatment modalities that is not manualized, and you can use the pieces here and there as it fits with the person you're working. Okay, for the talk today, we'll go over resilience, we'll go over ACT and its theoretical basis and principles really briefly. I know we don't have a lot of time. And then we'll briefly talk about the research evidence that we have for using ACT to foster resilience. And I'll touch base on resilience in the times of COVID-19, which we are in right now. It seems never ending. And then if time permits, we'll go briefly over how you can build resilience in your everyday life. Okay, so, life doesn't come with a map and all that. So we really don't know where the twists and turns are. So every day we face challenges, and at times, all human beings in their lifetime would experience traumatic events that may have a lasting impact on their lives. Sometimes, a life-altering event like a serious illness or, going through an accident, things like that would be considered trauma, right? People are affected differently. People respond differently with their unique thoughts. They respond to strong emotions, uncertainty. Yet, generally, people find ways to adapt. And when you basically adapt effectively in an adaptive way to changing situations, to stressful situations, we say that you have resilience. Psychologists would define resilience as the process of adapting well in the face of adversity, trauma, tragedy, threats, or significant sources of stress. And resilience might be called as, bouncing back from difficult experiences, but it can also lead to profound personal growth. Let's look at a working definition that I have here. Resilience is empirically observable phenomena under which an individual does not, or just for a temporary phase, experiences mental health problems despite being subjected to psychological or physical stressors of acute or chronic nature. Acute as in, for a brief period of time, or chronic nature as in it's been happening over time for an extended period of time. And we also see that resilience presupposes the exposure to substantial risk, which basically means that psychological resilience of a person can only be determined if the individual was exposed to previous or current stress or trauma. Again, resilience is not a personality trait. It's not something one person has. It's really related to behaviors, thoughts, actions that anyone can learn and develop over time. So the ability to learn resilience is one of the reasons research shows that resilience is really ordinary. That's something everybody can develop. Just like, if you wanted six packs, right? Like Hrithik Roshan, you would hit the gym, you would build your muscle, you'd exercise, you'll put in your hours. Same way, you build your resilience by putting in intentionality, and it takes time. Well, we'll move on to some of what the research shows. So over the past 2 decades, the concept of resilience has significantly changed. It was believed to be a trait that is a personality, that there are people who are resilient, who are tough, have the hardy personality. And it was believed that resilience is static, that not everybody can develop it. And, as Indians, we know it too well because in our culture, the hardy personality is often revered, right? You have to be tough on the surface. You cannot feel things. You have to be the one to be strong, and that's appreciated. So that's kind of what the trait resilience concept embodies. But as we research, we see that trait resilience isn't the only thing that contributes to resilience. It can be one of the factors, right? So this approach was largely superseded by a view of resilience as an outcome rather than a static personality. So the outcome-oriented resilience research shows that psychological adaptation can happen despite significant stress or trauma. So according to this research, excuse me, the positive outcome resilience is partially determined by several resilience factors, one of which can be the hardy personality. To date, a range of large genetic, psychological, social, environmental factors have been discussed that overlap, that interact. The factors that are well evidenced and are thought to be modifiable include purpose in life. And remembering these would be important because I'll tie it with acceptance and commitment therapy. So, meaning or purpose in life, having a sense of coherence, experiencing positive emotions, somewhat the hardiness personality, having self-esteem, active coping, self-efficacy, which is like the perception that you're able to cope, optimism, social support, cognitive flexibility, which includes acceptance. And then spirituality or religious practices can also help with coping. So more recently, we have a third way of looking at resilience, which is the process-oriented resilience. Here, resilience is conceptualized as a multidimensional, dynamic, and variable process. So it's characterized by a trajectory of undisturbed mental health during or after adversities or temporary dysfunctions followed by successful recovery, which is what we conceptualize resilience as in the very beginning, that there's a trajectory that you could go through trauma and then you could develop a mental illness or have a hard time, and then you recover from it. Or you, in the face of adversity, you're able to use active coping to cope with the stressor, and then you come out on the other side back to your baseline level of functioning. Okay. There is also a concept of post-traumatic growth, which basically means that not only are you resilient and you go through a trauma and you bounce back to your earlier level of functioning, but now after having experienced the trauma, you have found a new meaning to life. It's transformative. You're at a higher level of functioning than you were because of the meaning you created from going through this trauma. I think there's a very fine line between being resilient and post-traumatic growth, because what we do in acceptance and commitment therapy to foster resilience actually ends up in what could be conceptualized as a post-traumatic growth. I'm keeping track of time and I'm going to go a little faster now. So ACT Made Simple. I did not come up with this title. This is, I stole this title from my favorite ACT author, Russ Harris. He has a book called ACT Made Simple. I encourage everybody who's interested in reading the book because it really breaks down acceptance and commitment therapy into simple processes, because this therapeutic genre is very complicated. It took me years to understand what the foundational bases are and how do I effectively work with people from this modality. Okay, so ACT is an acceptance and mindfulness based as well as values directed behavioral therapy that Steve Hayes and Stroessel came up with around 2004. And we have more updated versions of it. In 2012, they released another book with all the research findings, updating the book with it. Now, the goal of ACT is basically to increase psychological flexibility And I'll go further into explaining what is psychological flexibility. But it has two components. First is the ability to be psychologically present, that is, to be aware, to be attentive, to be open, and to be engaged with your experiences. That is, to also having to accept the unwanted private experiences, which are out of our personal control and we often don't want to feel or interact with. And then the second component is the ability to control your behavior, to serve valued ends, to basically committing to a life of meaning that are based on your personal values, that is, things that matter to you. And then I talk about mindfulness here briefly because mindfulness is such an important component of ACT. Whenever I work with people from the ACT perspective, I make sure we always open sessions with mindfulness and that they go home with a mindfulness practice. And one of the unique things about working from any third wave cognitive behavioral therapies is that you actually have to practice what you preach. I cannot give a lecture on mindfulness if I was not practicing it. I cannot be teaching my patients mindfulness if I was not practicing it, because it just wouldn't come through as genuine. You wouldn't know what the experience is like unless you experience it. So I'll quickly move on to talking about mindfulness. So mindfulness, although it has a history in Buddhism, we're not going to bring that in to the therapeutic process. We'll acknowledge the presence of it. But mindfulness from the third wave or ACT perspective is basically paying attention in a particular way, that is in a very specific way, on purpose. So you're doing it purposefully with intention to be mindful in the present moment and non-judgmentally. I'll put a caveat here that nobody is able to actually be present with their experiences, internal and external, throughout their lives at all moments. That's not possible. What is possible is to bring your mind back, whenever it diverts, it goes away, you're not in the present moment and you catch yourself, you bring it back. If it goes away 100 times, you bring it back 101 times to bring yourself back to the present moment, experiencing the present moment non-judgmentally, which basically means it's not like you're not going to make judgments. You have to make judgments to take a step to go up the stairs, because if you're not making that judgment, you're going to put your foot somewhere wrong and you're going to fall off. So it's not that kind of judgment. Non-judgmentally means to do it objectively, as in, when you're in pain, what is your mind telling you? What are your thought processes like? It's basically like you're saying to yourself, oh my God, I cannot take this anymore. This is horrible. I don't want to feel this. Can this not be happening to me? All of that increases your suffering in the moment. Instead, if you can look at it more objectively, that I have a pain, my knee hurts, and it hurts to a degree that feels unbearable at the moment. That is non-judgmentally, when you're objectively describing what's happening. And remember, mindfulness is it's a process. It's not an outcome. You do not become mindful once and forever. You practice being mindful every day. Like even the best Zen practitioners cannot be mindful at all times. It's a process that you practice in your daily life. Okay, let's move on. Now, what's the theoretical basis of ACT? It's based on this relational frame theory, which is very complicated. I'm going to boil it down to very basics. So RFT, relational frame theory, is based on the idea that relating one concept to another is the foundation of human language. Not only can humans connect events in this manner, they can also connect words that generally don't go together, and then create meanings across relational network. Let me come up with an example. So let's say you look at a glass of milk. You're seeing this white liquid, and it's not just a white liquid that's in a glass. Whenever you look at a glass of milk, we may not consciously think about it when we do drink a glass of milk. But what happens is, it's not just a glass of milk. Your mind can go to places like how it smells like, how it tastes like, even without really touching it. Then it goes to places like old memories attached to drinking milk. It might be, for me, it's like me refusing to have milk and my mom forcing me to have milk. So it can take you to places. You have created a network now of things that are not even related to milk. Like the milk is not related to the relationship that you have with your mother, right? So this is what RFT is, that you basically create relationships between unrelated things because you have language. That is something that is specific to us human beings. So even milk some people may not want to drink milk. And that might just be the idea that their mom used to force them to drink milk when they were a child. And it's a rebellion, an unconscious rebellion that, I'm not going to drink milk. And the beauty of it is, let me see, do I have time? I have some time. Okay, so I was working with a patient with trauma, and I did an exercise with her, which I'll try to do here. So think of milk. You know what milk means, right? In English, you know milk. In Bengali, if you think about it, doodh. We know what doodh is. But if I said a word like leche, would you know what that is? I'm guessing not, unless you're, Spanish. So doodh, leche is basically doodh or milk. But until you knew what leche actually means, you were not able to create that network. So if I ask somebody who's aversive to milk because of their past experiences, if I tell them, would you like some leche? And they don't know what leche is, they wouldn't mind it as bad. So you sort of see it. It's very difficult to explain. Okay. And then, ACT is based on the idea that suffering is natural and unavoidable. We just have to suffer. As a human being, we come with suffering. ACT also holds the idea that some of the suffering we experience is kind of optional. Some of it we create with our language. And it is, and some of it can be harmful to your mental health. And it applies this relational frame theory to alter the relationship that you have with your thoughts, language, and the events that contribute to this suffering. So like I said, the word milk, if it brings about adverse reactions, the word milk doesn't have to mean all that. The word milk is just milk. One of the exercises we do with our patients is repeating the word until it loses its meaning. So for milk, say that brings about really strong reactions. You change the relationship that person has with this word. One of the ways to do it is to keep repeating it. So you'll say milk, 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 until it really means nothing. Because once you keep repeating it, after 30 seconds, it's like, what is this word really? So it changes the relationship that you have. It's not ACT doesn't try to change your thoughts. It doesn't try to challenge your thoughts. It changes the relationship that you have with your thoughts and your experiences, which often is believing that your thoughts are real, your thoughts are true. What it does is ACT focuses on you approaching thoughts as thoughts, that they are thoughts in your head, that they really don't have any power in themselves until you vest that power into that thought. I'll explain more. And then language, like we were talking about it in the relational frame theory. As humans, we are gifted with language, and language can be a double-edged sword. It can be positive, it can bring about harmony. It has a negative side when we are really rude, when we are nasty to people. It can bring about a negative effect, right? So ACT basically, let me also talk about experiential avoidance a little bit. Part of ACT's acknowledgement is that people go through experiential avoidance. Whenever you meet a patient, you look at their problems, you know they're going through experiential avoidance, which is avoiding, pushing away whatever is unpleasant. We don't want to feel our unpleasant experiences. And that's when we try to push them away. We don't want to experience them. And this is called experiential avoidance. So this experiential avoidance often leads to psychopathology. I know we have this psychological inflexibility model here. I think I'll go further into it in the next slide. But let me just say that according to ACT, psychopathology is primarily the consequence of psychological inflexibility, where you basically are not able to connect with things that matter to you in life. You're more focused on, say, for example, what others would think, and you're trying to live your life on the societal terms or other people's terms. When you're not doing anything about your stressors, about the things that are not so great in your life, when you're attached to certain ideas about yourself that are not working for you anymore. When you're fused with your thoughts, that is cognitive fusion. When you believe your thoughts are real, your thoughts are facts. When there's a dominance of how you think about the past and how you fear the future, and you're not aware of your strengths, you're not aware of yourself. And then, of course, there's experiential avoidance when you're trying to push all of these negative experiences away from you. So that's psychological inflexibility. So according to ACT, psychopathology is primarily the consequence of psychological inflexibility, which is also relevant when an individual is, let me rephrase that. And this psychological inflexibility is relevant when an individual is confronted with stress or adversity. So by teaching ACT and mindfulness skills on the one hand, and commitment and behavior change skills on the other hand, we can foster resilience. One of the important things about ACT is that ACT works with you to accept and experience a full range of emotions. You're taught about emotions, you're taught to sit with your emotions, and that helps you adjust to stressful situations. I'll just say briefly, it's not just our culture in India, but most cultures, even here or other cultures. I work with people from multiple cultural backgrounds. And one thing is common is that the experience of emotion is often suppressed. Think about our own culture. we're not taught to think very positively about emotions. Emotions are thought to be barriers to you thinking practically, you being able to cope with adversities. Emotions are really important. There is no point trying to avoid emotions. Emotions tell you what you're experiencing in the moment, and it's often unpleasant. And that's probably why we don't want to experience emotions. And we're taught not to because other people didn't want to experience it. There is so much value. Like when you're angry, it tells you that your rights have been violated, right? When you're sad, it tells you that you're missing someone. When you don't experience your emotions as they are, they transform into something way more complicated and they come out through the wrong channels. I could give a whole lecture on emotions and being open to emotions. So I'm gonna step aside and I'm gonna focus on what we're going to talk about right now. So there are 6 core processes, right? Contact with the present moment. That is to be aware, to be conscious of your experience that you have in the present moment. Go ahead and just check in with yourself for a couple of seconds here. How are you feeling right now? What do you see around you? You do see a slide, but what do you see around you? Where are you? Just ground yourself for a moment. So contact with present moment also includes contacting with your internal and external world. Internal world would, of course, include your emotional as well as your cognitive experiences, which is your thoughts and your emotions. And part of it is to allow yourself to engage fully in what you're doing. And then, of course, acceptance, which is to be open, to fully accept what's going on. That is to allow for however difficult things are, to allow for them, to allow yourself a moment to accept how things are, because unless you do that, you cannot go to the next step. Diffusion is to basically walk back from your thoughts, not to become one with your thoughts. Your thoughts are not always facts. So say, how many times have you had a thought like, I'm stupid? I've had it multiple times. I still have it multiple times a day. But am I stupid? So instead of challenging or things like that, I've learned to look at my thoughts just as thoughts, that your mind is telling you this story about how stupid you are. Well, thank you, mind, for that story. What I'm going to do is I acknowledge that I'm having this thought that I'm stupid, and I'm going to divert my attention to, fixing the mistake I just made. It's usually like you have this thought in the context of something you said or something you did that was maybe not appropriate to the time, place, and person. So instead of getting sucked by these thoughts, you're diffusing from them, because fusing with these thoughts are not helpful at all. It just makes you feel worse and doesn't help you or motivate you to make changes. Then there is self as a context, right? It's like metacognition, where it's a tricky idea. So you're basically looking at yourself almost like you're stepping aside and looking at yourself experiencing things, right? It's a transcendent sense of self, a consistent perspective from which you observe and accept all the changing experiences. We call it the observing self. Again, it's not a thing, it's a process. From moment to moment, we go into this pure awareness where we sort of stand aside and look at ourselves look at the experience that we're having. So self as a context. And then values. Values is so important. I think I'll go out on a limb here and say that as Indians, we're taught societal values, right? And that's not bad. We're taught family values, societal values. That's not harmful. But it's so important for you to realize what matters to you. And sometimes that value may not really align with societal or family values, or things that you're taught, and that's okay, as long as it's not hurting you or somebody else. Hurting as in physically harming somebody else. So finding what matters to you, what you value as a person. I'll say it took me a few years as a young adult, but I figured what really matters to me is to be of help to living beings. I've adopted multiple cats and dogs. I've given up meat, which was hard. I'm a Bengali, and fish and meat was my diet. Just things like that. It's important for me to help people. That's why I work in a city hospital. I don't work in a fancy hospital. I work with the most underserved population in New York. I work in the Bronx. So aligning your actions with what matters to you is called committed action. We always say, like, life is like a Y fork. So you're going to get options, either to take the easy path or take the path of values. Okay, I'm gonna move fast. I'm gonna skip over the basic strategies because they're not as important, or we've sort of covered it. But I'll speak about control is an illusion, because this is something we emphasize in the ACT work, that you cannot control everything. Some things are within your control, but if I told you that, make your leg so numb that I can hacksaw it, I can cut it out, you cannot. This is an example of how you work with people to establish that control is an illusion. We really don't have control over most things in our life. And when you realize that, you don't try to exert yourself unnecessarily, trying to change things you cannot change, and you put your time towards things that you can actually change or make amends towards. I'm going to skip this over in interest of time. Let's get to ACT and resilience research. I'll say that, first of all, ACT is still in its rudimentary stages. We need a lot of research right now. But there are lots of studies going on that have shown that ACT actually helps foster resilience. A lot of the work has been done in workplace. So there's a program called READY that targets 5 protective factors: positive emotion, cognitive flexibility, social support, life meaning, active coping. So resilience enhancement strategies of this kind reflect core acceptance and commitment processes, like creating that psychological flexibility. That's the READY program. We also have programs that help manage workplace stress management, training managers in becoming resilient to crisis and change. Let's see. It's useful in various psychological disorders, like the ones listed here. And then in behavioral medicine, the third wave therapies were initially started in chronic pain research. So there's a lot of data showing that ACT helps build resilience towards pain and chronic pain, migraine, epilepsy, diabetes, managing diabetes, in smoking cessation, in cancer, cancer management, etc., in cardiac disease as well. So there are many ongoing studies. I've in my search, I've seen a lot of studies that are happening in Iran right now regarding resilience. Let's see. So resilience in times of COVID, it's so important because we were faced by this unpredictable, incredibly hard times that nobody imagined that they would actually face. It was straight out of a Hollywood movie. I'd say I'd talk about I'd say that some of the ways to cope with COVID was taken from past research from the aftermath of 9/11, where the researchers actually found that what helps is aligning yourself with your personal values like friendships, social bonds, spiritual pursuits, being kind and compassionate, offering loving kindness to yourself, to others, acknowledging your responsibilities, and also acknowledging the emotional weight of the event. That this is creating fear, anxiety, sadness that you're away from your loved ones. So the complication of COVID was that you had to maintain social distance. You couldn't just pop up at your friend's place and hug them or talk to them. That's a huge complication, which I would say we've so beautifully overcome through the use of social media, through the use of technology. Like right now, I am here in New York. I'm talking to people in India. It's crazy how we have done this. I remember we used to have a cousins call, like 10 people on the same call every Saturday, and that's how important it is to connect in order to build resilience, in order to survive these difficult times. Even like people who are isolated, they can focus on self-care, which is very important, like engaging in tasks that give you pleasure, that make you feel better, like solving puzzles, reading, listening to music, or doing acts of kindness. Remember when Amphan hit during COVID, how many people got out there, got in touch with different agencies, different groups that were going out to help people who were affected by Amphan while we were going through COVID. So stress researchers have found this 3C model, which is control, coherence, connectedness. Control is not really trying to control everything, but it's more like committing to valued actions. That is the perception or like self-efficacy, that that you can access resources to continuing working towards your values. It doesn't have to be big moves, just little things. Say your values to help people, to open and hold a door for somebody who's trying to walk in, is an act of kindness, right? It's an act of committing to what matters to you. Then coherence is really trying to make sense and meaning of this human suffering, this untold human suffering we are going through. And then creating a narrative that helps you stay safe and live your life safely. Let's see, and it's important to engage in non-judgmental processes, to understand your internal states, your fears, your doubts, all of this unpredictability. Let's see. What else? We have connectedness, which I just explained, like offering social support and seeking social support. Finally, I'll say in your own practice every day, prioritize relationships that are empathic and understanding. Join a group as in civic groups, or if you're spiritual, join a spiritual group so that you can practice what's important to you. Take care of your body. I cannot emphasize that enough. It's so simple. Creating a routine, eating well, having enough sleep, taking a bath, things like that. Avoid negative outlets, as in we're tempted to do things to numb our pain, right? Avoid doing that. Don't drink too much alcohol. Don't go into drugs and other substances. It's like putting a band-aid on your really deep and dark wound. If you put a band-aid, it's just going to become a septic ulcer. So let's not do that. Helping others, not only helping yourself, but helping others out in difficult times. Being proactive, proactively looking into self-discovery, making, breaking down problems into smaller pieces and manageable pieces so that you can accomplish something every day. Let's see, moving towards your goal slowly, steadily. It doesn't have to be all in one day. Just making small moves towards your goals, but staying focused on goals as in values, things that matter to you, that make your life meaningful. We don't often talk enough about things in therapy or everyday life, things that make your life more meaningful, doing things that make you feel like you're serving the purpose that your life has. It's very easy to just go through the motions. Okay, and then looking for opportunities for self-discovery, actually realizing what you're doing good, what you're doing helpful, that's helpful for you to live a life. And then accepting change, of course, we've talked a lot about that. Hope isn't particularly a construct that is empirically related to resilience, but I would think it is. Like keeping a hopeful outlook just helps us get by. And then learning from your past, I would add seeking help when you know it. It's a sign of resilience to be able to ask for help when you really need it, even though we are sort of taught to be able to do things all by ourselves. Okay, I'm going to stop talking at this point, and thank you. It's time for your questions. I'm going to stop sharing my screen so we can all chat. Are there people here?
Yeah.
Okay. I felt like I was just talking to myself the whole time.
No. Thank you, Dr. Roy. I am very thankful for this enlightening session, and I hope the audience out here has understood and gathered whatever Dr. Roy has to say about resilience, about ACT, and about this pandemic and what to do with resilience and everything. And she has also related very successfully the 9/11 and the COVID-19 as both as humanitarian crisis. So thank you, Dr. Roy. I think we have a question. This is from Ambalika Bhomik, and it says, how or why is resilience important in the present situation? So if you can just enlighten us further in the matter.
Hi, Ambalika. So resilience is important because you're going through a very stressful time. Just imagine the amount of adversity. We cannot really live our lives the way we used to function just back in 2019. Life has taken a whole different meaning. In-person meetings are so rare now. You're not getting that social connect that you used to get. You're not able to access your resources the way you used to. We're seeing death and destruction like every day. If you keep a track of how many COVID deaths there has been, it's unbelievable that we have lost people like as if it's a domino. People are just falling. It's a traumatic experience. We may not be connecting with it right now, but years later, when you look back, you'll realize that it's vicarious trauma. Like you're looking at people just dying, even though maybe nobody in your family has. I don't mean your, I mean our. maybe we're lucky that we haven't lost a very personal person we love, but we're hearing about other people losing their loved ones. And there's always this scare. I know I live with this scare that what if something happened to my parents? What if something happened to my sister or my brother? So if you take a moment to like just sit with the experience we're experiencing for the past few years, and we have vaccines, but it still doesn't feel like there's an end to this misery. There's this light at the end of this tunnel. We have the Delta variant, we have the Lambda variant. It just feels endless. So yes, resilience is very important in this time for us to stay sane. It's very easy to maybe get into alcohol and drugs and things like that to cope through these hard times, but if you build on your resilience, you'll still be able to live a meaningful life while accepting the emotional burden of this event that we're experiencing. I hope that makes sense. Are you on mute?
Sorry.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I was on mute. Okay. Okay. I hope it is clear to Amalika as well as to the other participants here. So, okay, I think we are very grateful to you, and we are at the end of the session. So,
yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming and enlightening us. Look forward to a lot more sessions. I mean, NSHM looks forward to a lot more sessions with you in the near future.
Absolutely. It's my privilege and my honor to be here. I wish I could see the students. Somehow I cannot see them. I thank you all for sitting through this session and listening to my lecture. And if you have any questions, feel free to email me. I'd be happy to answer your questions. Have a good.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
There is 2 questions is also there. I will post it on your chat box.
Okay.
Wait a moment.
Okay.
Okay. I see.
I think this is okay. Yeah. So, do I read it out, Dr. Roy?
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah. I think the second question is, hello, ma'am. It was a great pleasure listening to you. As you said, even if we are alone, we can do acts of self-care. But would you like to give any advice to people who feel lonely, and at times we feel that other people are unable to understand our thoughts? This is from Madhurima Vasu Thakur.
Hi, Madhurima. I'll start with the idea of illusion of control. Like we really cannot control whether other people understand us. We can express ourselves. We don't need to express ourselves to everybody. I highly recommend expressing yourself to people who are empathic and understanding. You have to select the person you're expressing yourself to or unburdening yourself to. That's one point. The other is, yeah, you have to sometimes just give up, as in not give up, but more like understanding that you cannot control who understands you, whether people respond to you with empathy or not. But it doesn't hurt trying to find a person who does. Alternatively, you can reach out to psychologists, right? Licensed professionals who will offer you that platform to hear you in a neutral, professional way, but also you find somebody to connect with. The other thing is things that you can do for your self-care is to maybe do a mindful journaling. Maybe you can write about your experiences in a book. Sometimes it's hard to talk about these things, but it's easier to put it in a journal book and then go over it just to re-experience what you were feeling in the moment. But it's also important to take care of yourself when you feel lonely. Sometimes a hot shower helps. Eating something that you really like helps. Playing music, not sad music, not the downer music, but music that peps you up, that puts you in a good mood. Listening to music, using your senses, using five senses, lighting a candle, or we have our sage and agarbatti and things like that, lighting something like that, the smell that you like, creating an ambience that makes you feel a little better. And of course, if you have people that you can reach out to in your life through Zoom, WhatsApp videos, Skype, etc., even though sometimes it might feel a little hard to reach out to people, putting in that effort to do it anyway, because sometimes you feel better once you've done it. Those are some of my advices.
Okay.
But if you're feeling, but if you're feeling
fine.
very lonely, or somebody who's feeling very lonely and they don't have the resources that I just told you about, I highly recommend going to a professional, a licensed therapist, so that they can deconstruct these experiences. Because, often loneliness leads to depression, and specifically in hard times like this, we don't want somebody to be without help.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Roy. I think our time is over. So maybe, like you told, that they have your mail ID and they can get back to you in case of anything else, or whatever additional they require to ask you, and in the near future also. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for such a nice time.
Have a fun evening.
Yeah, and you have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
We will just wait for Dr. Dr. Ananda to join in. I think we are good to go. Namaste, everyone. Wishing you all a very good afternoon and welcoming you to the very first keynote speech in the discipline of yoga. The topic for our discussion today is enhancing resilience through pandemic times, during pandemic times through yoga. I will again repeat, enhancing resilience during pandemic times through yoga. It is a great honor and pleasure to have with us today one of the leading luminaries in the field of yoga, a yogi in the true sense. I take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Ananda Balayogi Bhavanani. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us.
It's a pleasure. Namaste. Namaste.
Yogacharya Dr. Ananda Balayogi Bhavanani, MBBS, ADY, DPC, DSM, PGDFH, PGDY, FIAY, MD, Alternate Medicine, CIAYT, DSY, Yoga. Dr. Ananda is the director of the Center for Yoga Therapy Education and Research and professor of yoga therapy at the Sri Balaji Vidyapeeth, Pondicherry. He is also chairman of the International Center for Yoga Education and Research at Ananda Ashram, Pondicherry, India, and Yoganjali Natyalayam, the premier institute of yoga and Carnatic music and Bharatnatyam in Pondicherry. He is son and successor of the internationally acclaimed yoga team of Yog Maharshi Dr. Swami Geetananda Giri Guru Maharaj and Yog Charini Kalai Mamani Ammaji Srimati Meenakshi Devi Bhavanani. A fellow of the Indian Academy of Yoga, he has authored 19 DVDs and 25 books on yoga, as well as published nearly 300 papers, compilations, and abstracts on yoga and yoga research in national and international journals. His literary works have more than 2,550 citations. In addition, he is a classical Indian vocalist, percussionist, music composer, and choreographer of Indian classical dance. That is such an impressive bio to speak about. Dr. Ananda, I would welcome you on behalf of NSHM virtually. Every human being on our planet has been affected directly by COVID-19 pandemic. This invisible enemy has brought forth another inner enemy that destroys us from within: fear. Fear weakens our immune system. The need of the hour is to refocus on our own salutogenesis, that is, swastha, our own inherent capacity and ability to be responsible to our health and wellness. We must move from pathogenesis, the focus on disease that worsens fear, towards salutogenesis, the focus on the health that strengthens all our systems. Without speaking much more on this, I would like to shift the spotlight to Dr. Ananda to elaborate and enlighten us on this very beautiful topic.
Namaste, and thank you so much, Mary, for the kind introduction. I will be straight into my talk, but before that, would like to thank you for this invitation to be part of this international event that is being held in the virtual reality of today. And we are dealing with a topic that is perfectly in tune with what's going on. So let's dive straight into the topic. So today's topic is enhancing resilience during pandemic times through yoga. And just 1 second, I want to make sure. Yeah, you will see. And I would like to begin by invoking the Guru Parampara, the living tradition that sustains the yoga that we are able to then share with others. Because I believe that sharing is caring, and the way forward is for that sharing to manifest wholeheartedly. Om Tad Parampayaya Vidmahe Jnanalingeshwaraya Dhimahi Tanno Guru Prachodayate Om. Om Yoga Maharshi Dr. Swami Geetananda Giri Guru Maharaj Ki Jai. Today I am representing Sri Balaji Vidyapeeth, which is a deemed university in Pondicherry, and a place where yoga therapy has been accepted into the midst of the modern medical science. Our focus is on salutogenesis, a focus on moving from pathogenesis. Pathogenesis is a focus on disease, and salutogenesis, the focus on health. And for the past 11 years at Citer of SBV, we have been focusing on this type of movement so that what is today understood as healthcare must have a focus on health, not disease. Because the more you focus on disease, the more it becomes pathogenic in orientation, and then it's not healthcare anymore, it is disease care. When we want to bring together these systems, we started off many years ago with what was called alternative. Then alternative and complementary. So the CAM therapies came into being, complementary and alternative. Alternative means you or me. Either it is me or you, that's all. That's alternative. Complementary means, well, we can complement each other. But then the modern latest version that is formulated by the World Health Organization tells us that TCI, traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine, that is where we are moving. So at Citer, we are working on TCI, where the traditions of yoga are brought together with the modern medical management in the healthcare system, complementing each other and becoming a part of integrative medicine. And this is happening in Pondicherry, where all the medical students, the nursing students, the dental students, allied health, B-Pharm, they all get yoga as part of curricular and co-curricular activities. In addition to this, the patient care, we are able to bring the yoga therapy into it, and also educating future yoga therapists with courses ranging from PhD diploma all the way to the PhD in yoga therapy. Today's topic is based on resilience. And the key message in resilience is wind cannot break a tree that bends. So the tree that can adapt, that tree that can adapt to the changing environment is the one that will survive and sustain itself. The one that doesn't bend, well, the changing winds of time and tide will destroy it. Ups and downs are part and parcel of life. We cannot wish them away. We may not like them, but we cannot wish them away. And as human beings, it is inevitable that we will have our share. Something pushes us down, something throws us off balance and makes us uneasy, like what's happening right now in the pandemic. At such a time, we need to take a step back, observe ourselves objectively, and understand how long it takes us to bounce back to normalcy. This taking the step back, creating a space in which you can move from reactivity to responsibility. You move from instinctive, reactionary behavior to intuitive, responsive attitudes and behavior. The faster we can disentangle ourselves from events of the past, well, the faster we begin experiencing freedom in the present moment. And this is why it is often said, 99 times down, but 100 times up. Doesn't matter how many times you're pushed down, you need to come back up +1, n+1 is the formula. And so in resilience, they look at 6 domains: the vision, the composure, the reasoning, health, tenacity, and collaboration. All of these are bringing about concepts of supporting each other, managing our perceptions, having a realistic optimism or pragmatism, and nutrition, sleep, exercise, finding how to solve the problem, be a problem solver rather than one who is creating it, and regulate the emotions, create a purpose, goals, and have a sense of congruence. This is where yoga is also working. So the 6 domains of resilience are also being worked on when we talk about yoga. So yoga is an antidote. It can help us come out of the vicious negative spiral of mental and emotional whirlpools that are sucking down into the depths of despair. It is a conscious evolutionary path that enables us to break free. We are bound. What are we bound? By our conditioned patterns and tendencies. In yoga, we call them samskara and vasana. They bind us, they limit us, and we want to break free of them. Well, that is where we have to go off on a tangent and go out of this vicious spiral that is fragmenting us constantly. And where does this all come? Yoga. It enhances the power of choice. This is the superpower of being human. As a human being, the superpower we have is to choose. Every moment we are given options and we can choose. And I've been talking about this so much that one of my students, she actually created a cartoon character where you can see the power of choice, which is in the forebrain, is being highlighted with the most important mantra that we need for this. I can, I will, I am able. So the message here is to reinforce this capacity deep within ourselves by the japa, the repetition of the most important syllables at this time. I can, I will, I am able. We make conscious choices through yoga to let go of the negativities, dosha nivarana, all the negativities you want to let go. We want to regain our balance and equipoise, the samatvam at the earliest. We want to relax ourselves so that we can rebuild and replenish our resources. Nishpanda kaya kalpa anukrama. Kaya kalpa anukrama has to come through relaxation. Nishpanda. We need to empower ourselves to face the repeated challenges. Wave after wave of COVID is coming. Challenge after challenge we are facing. Can we empower ourselves by adopting healthy attitudes, pratipaksha bhavanam, and attitudes like maitri, karuna, mudito pekshanam, so that we develop what is called chitta prasadanam, the capacity of clarity of mind to see what needs to be done. When does it have to be done? How do you have to do it? And how do you take it forward? We enhance the flexibility of the body, the mind, the emotions, and the spirit. This is our complex. Body, emotion, mind, spirit complex through Hatha Yoga. We develop objective self-awareness through Vairagya and Swadhyaya, self-analysis, introspectional self-analysis to observe ourselves without identification, without condemnation, and without justification. And we create positive relationships through acceptance. The most important message here is acceptance, because at that point, samabhava bhavana is where we start to create that positive relationship that sustains us interpersonally with others, transpersonally with the divine, and intrapersonally with our own self. Most studies in yoga have shown that yoga reduces allostatic load. This is the load in chronic stress that ends up devastating us. It balances, the yoga balances the autonomic nervous system. And this is the keystone in developing what we call today adaptive resilience. We align the Pancha Kosha, the 5 aspects of our existence, the anatomical, structural existence, the physiological, functional existence, the psychological, the discerning, and the universal. Annamaya Kosha, Pranamaya Kosha, Manomaya Kosha, Vijnanamaya Kosha, and Anandamaya Kosha. We are enhancing the alignment of the Pancha Kosha. And so many of the higher practices, the deeper practices of yoga, enable the inherent healing energies to come together, and all the fragmented parts can come back together. We defragment ourselves, and we once again have that sense of wholesomeness, developing adaptive resilience. Of course, the most important power of yoga is the transformative power. Because what happens is that we need to have Atma Bhava Bhavana, the capacity to transform the self. If something doesn't transform you, then it is not yoga. And anything that transforms you, even if it doesn't look like yoga, is still yoga, because yoga is all about self-transformation and transcendence of the self. Through this, we facilitate the insight, empathy, a sense of calmness and focus, and we ultimately transcend all the limiting traits of the individual. We manifest our complete highest potential and live life as we should. And this is truly the goal of yoga itself. When we talk about emotionally resilient living, these are the same concepts. What is the concept of the self? How do you regulate the self? How do you develop the self? What is your identity of the self? And what are your personal values? And all of these coming together to create confidence, hopes and dreams, resilience, compassion, and optimism. And all of this is centered. What is the center? Self-awareness, where you start to understand yourself. When you understand yourself, you are your best friend. Atmaivahi Atmano Bandhu, says Lord Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita. But if you don't understand yourself, it becomes your ripu, the worst enemy. And you uplift yourself. Uddharet Atma Atmanam. Natmanam Avasadayet. Atmaivahi Atmano Bandhu. Atmaiva Ripu Atmanaha. And these are modern words, but they are carrying the same message that the traditional teachings of yoga have given us for millennia. And in resilience, you want the meaning, the relationship, the social support, the perspective, energy, priorities, engagement, achievement, vitality, and positivity. And this is all what is happening through yoga also. So coming to the specific time now, COVID-19 and the pandemic, what is the role of yoga here? Well, I think the greatest aspect of the pandemic is fear. So though we are affected directly or indirectly by the COVID-19 pandemic, the invisible enemy, we cannot even see this virus, it's so small. It has brought forth another inner enemy that destroys us from within, which is fear. And why do we need to fear fear? Well, because it weakens our immune system. Fear weakens our immune system. And this is why the need of the hour right now is self-care. And as our previous speaker was saying, self-care is such an important aspect of being human right now. We need to refocus on our own salutogennic, swastha, our capacity and ability to be responsible for our health and wellness, moving from pathogenesis that will worsen the disease because it stresses you out towards salutogenesis, the health focus that strengthens all our systems, empowering us to take charge of our life, promoting holistic health for each and every one. And no wonder all the studies are showing that yoga strengthens our immune system. The yogic principles, yama niyama, cleanliness, purity, self-control, these are so important where we are talking of social, it is actually physical distancing and personal hygiene. A sense of service, seva, and unconditional action, nishkama karma yoga, are to be emphasized in helping one another during the pandemic. Those who are fighting the good battle for humanity, those who are standing up to be counted at this moment of great crisis, we need to support them through our cheerfulness, mudita towards the punya, and have compassion, karuna for those who are in dukkha, so that we can help them move from dukkha to sukha. Maharishi Patanjali, more than 2000 years ago, gives us Kriya Yoga, the triple vaccine, where we start to realize tapas swadhyaya ishvara pranidhana is the means to deal with this. Because where does fear come from? Abhinivesha, the primitive survival urge that is so strong, even the wisest persons have it. Vidusho api samarudaha, says Maharishi Patanjali. We need to attenuate the kleshas, and that is why the practice of tapa, swadhyaya ishvara pranidhana, which is Kriya Yoga, is so essential in the present crisis moment. All the yoga practices, especially those done mindfully, they strengthen our immune system. How does this happen? Well, they work through the prefrontal cortex. This prefrontal cortex is the key because the limbic system is constantly creating more and more emotional volatility and emotional turbulence, thus leading to a weakening of the system. So we need to move from the emotional overactivity to the prefrontal cortex. And we have to have that cortical control. How can that cortical control come? Well, later on, I'll show you pranayama is the key. Because normally we are breathing based on the brainstem impulses from the brainstem, which is the respiratory center, the pons and medulla. It is telling us breathe, breathe, breathe. But then suddenly in pranayama, what are you doing? You are using your prefrontal cortex, this part of you, to say, I will choose how to breathe. So instead of letting the automatic pattern of breathing happen, just like that, which will be influenced by the limbic overactivity, we shift to the front and we say, I will decide how many times I breathe, how long a breath I take, how deep a breath I take, whether I take it through right nostril or left nostril. I am making a choice. Remember, the power of choice is the superpower of being human. Pranayama is the key here. And through this, what happens is we regain cortical control. When your prefrontal cortex is working, you have a good amount of viveka, vairagya, and all of that will be there. But if this is not working, all the viveka will go out, vairagya will go out, and only viparita buddhi will be there and will do something wrong, some nonsense, and will destroy ourselves and others with us. This is the key to being safe and staying healthy to help others. Where does this all fit in? The modern concept of psychoneuroimmunology, a branch of modern medical science that deals with the mind-body phenomenon, how our thoughts and emotions can affect our immune system. This is the key to understanding it. Stress, fear, and negative emotions, they weaken our immune system. I would like to highlight this. Stress, fear, and negative emotions. This is what is going on in the world today. With the whole pandemic, what else is going on? Stress, fear, and negative emotion. And no wonder we are weakening our immune system, which then weakens us with relation to the virus. And that is where yoga, of which dhyana, meditation is an integral component, mindfulness, positive emotions, and relaxation, they strengthen. And then all our immune system, our battle soldiers can fight the pathogens. This is where the nervous system, the immune system, the endocrine system, the brain, they are all linked together, and our behavior. This is where psychoneuroimmunology gives us a framework to understand the pieces of your puzzle. How does yoga work? Well, the modern term for that, how it works is psychoneuroimmunology. Because you put in negativity and then you have all this negative outcome. You put in positivity, you have positive outcomes. Whether we put in the negative input or positive input, that is where the power of choice comes in. And yoga strengthens that power of choice. The limbic system, it plays a major role in triggering emotional upheaval. What will happen to me? What will happen to my job? Will I live? Will I die? Will my family survive? Will my town survive? What is going to happen? Will there be a future? What about the exams? What about the payment of my mortgage? All the stress is coming in through the limbic system. And fear destroys our immune system, which is why fearlessness, fear is bhayam, fearlessness, abhayam is the need of the hour. And I will show you that there is a beautiful mudra called Abhaya Mudra. Abhaya Mudra is the mudra that says, fear not. Abhaya, fear not. And this is the gesture that all our divinity, doesn't matter what God you talk about, all the gods are always reassuring us, fear not, I am there for you. Yamirikka Bhayam Yen, says our cultural context in Tamil Nadu here with Lord Muruga. The Abhayam is the need of the hour. Because when the stress comes in, all the CNS cytokines, you have heard of the cytokine storm in COVID-19 pandemic. And what happens, a cytokine storm is set off, and that is what is then destroying the person with thromboembolic and other phenomena. This comes down, the stressor comes down through the hypothalamus, comes to the pituitary gland, into the thyroid, into the adrenals, into the gonads, and all this interaction is happening with the immune cells. And this is the pathway that is creating havoc when stress comes in. But what is yoga? It is a vaccine against stress. So if you're not yet stressed, do yoga, you are not going to get so stressed, you manage it better. Well, you have already got stressed. Yoga is the antidote. So yoga as the vaccine against stress that is to come, and yoga as an antidote to the stress that is already manifest. Both ways, yoga is working against stress because yoga and stress use the same pathway. But whereas stress leads to disease and breakdown, yoga leads to health, wellness, and growth and development. Pathway is the same. You remember psychoneuroimmunology, nervous system, endocrine system, immune system. Put stress in, you end up devastating yourself. Put yoga in, you have growth, development, health, wellness, and wholesomeness manifest. This is where my beloved father, Swami Geetananda Giri, he used to say the first disease is the sense of duality. When I feel that you are different than me, you belong to a different part of the country, you speak a different language, you look different, you eat different, you dress different, you pray different, all of that. The moment I feel you are different than me, it's a disease of duality. Because from the duality comes a fear. From that fear comes imbalance of mind, leading to diseases in the body. The Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, the biggest, largest Upanishad in Indian culture, tells us from Dvaitam comes Bhayam. So Dvaitam, duality, is the source of fear. If I don't feel you are different than me, if I can sense the oneness between you and me, there is no duality. There's no duality, there's no fear. And there's no fear, there's no stress, and we are all healthy and happy. But we keep on harping on the differences. This is why our beloved country, India, has always acknowledged the diversity and the strength that diversity gives us by saying unity in diversity. We acknowledge the diversity, but we understand it is all held together in that beautiful unitive sense of oneness. That is what yoga is all about. The Yoga Vashishta, 5,000 years ago, Vashishta counsels Lord Rama, who is in stress. He's a young man who doesn't know what to do with life. His father says, my dear Guru, Kula Guru, Vashishta ji, please counsel my dear son, the Yuvaraj Rama. And in that Yoga Vashishta comes the concept of psychosomatics. 5,000 years ago, modern medicine has understood it only in the last 200 years. 5,000 years ago, our tradition teaches of psychosomatics, Adija Vyadi, how the Adi in the mind and above, the psyche, influences the disease in the body. So the mental agitations at the Manomaya Kosha and beyond, leading to haphazard flow of prana, unstable nadis in the Pranamaya Kosha, the energy body, and settling into disease in the physical body through an alteration in cellular activity. Ajevanatvam, the lowered cellular activity. Adijevanatvam, hypercellular, and when the cellular activity is not going as it should, the pathways have changed. Kujevanatvam. Adi in the psyche, leading to Vyadi in the body, the psychosomatics. And this is why my dear Selvamurthy sir, who retired as the controller of DRDO, Defense Research and Development Organization, Government of India. He recently gave a lecture for us and he gave a beautiful equation, yoga as 3-in-1 action. He said, yoga enables and empowers the individual to modify the perception of stress. So the first thing you need to do is modify your perception. Because if you do not perceive something as stressful, there will not be any stress response. Of course, I always say it's not a stress response. It is actually a stress reaction. People think it is a response, but it's actually a reaction. That is what I remind them. So modify your perception of stressor. Optimize your response to them. And then efficiently release the stress. So there are 3 ways that yoga is working. Modify the perception. That is right at the root itself, you have changed it. The second, if you are going to get stressed, you optimize your response. So instead of your heart rate going to 120, it only goes to 100. Instead of your blood sugar becoming 220, it stops at 180. So it is going to rise because we are human. Every human being is bound to face stress and react to it. Now, how do you react? Is it hyperreactivity, or can you reduce that hyperreactors? We talk of hyperreactors in hypertension. Well, can you reduce it? Yes, yoga reduces it. And then can you release it? You have stress, you can release it. I'm going to show some techniques today for that also. So the stressor comes in, you get tense, your system gets tense. Now you have a choice. Are you going to say, this stress is going to make me a better version of myself? I'll face it. I'll face the challenge, come what may. Hum honge kamyab. If you're going to have that attitude, you move into the salutogenic pathway and positive health, H+. But if you say, oh my God, this is happening to me, what will I do? Wow, and you get all this emotional volatility, you weaken your system, you go into fragmented bits, you go down the pathogenic pathway, break down H-, which is disease. So whether you go on the pathway of health or disease, stress can be the stimulator of either becoming a healthier you or becoming a diseased version of yourself. Stress is only an external motivator. It is an indicator. It has come in. It is an instigator. Will it be an instigator of health or will it be an instigator of disease? The choice lies in how I choose to perceive the stress. You say, Dr. Ananda, this sounds good, but how, is it possible? Yes. Amongst friends, whenever we are talking amongst friends, especially my old school friends and college friends, we use all sorts of abusive terms. We call each other by different names, which are not really good. I would not even say them here. They're so bad. But we don't get offended. On the contrary, when our friends call us by that name and use those terms, we have endorphins and enkephalins, the feel-good hormones. Oxytocin, the bonding hormone comes. And we feel, hey, he is my dost. He is my friend. Nanbanda, we say in Tamil. Oh, he is my friend. But then, even if somebody on the road who you don't know says even one of those words, you get uptight and want to punch them in the nose. The word is the same, but it is uttered by a friend. You have a sense of feel good, healthier you. It's said by someone who you don't like. Well, it's going to really, really get your stress going. So the same word, the same situation, the same occurrence can either make you a stronger version of yourself or a weaker. So my father used to say, he said, whenever there is a challenge, is it going to make you a better version of yourself, or are you going to let it break you down and kill you? That is why we say that which doesn't kill you makes you stronger. What a beautiful way to approach the stressor that comes in. And you say, okay, all of this theory is very nice, but then what do we do practically? So I thought I'll share a few practices we can use at this time. And the most important one that I share a lot in this time is what we call Nada Bhavana Shuddhi Kriya. So here, using Nada, which is sound, the sound vibrations are being used. Bhavana Shuddhi, you are cleansing your attitude, and Kriya, it is an action. So it is an action, a process through which you are cleansing your attitudes and emotional attitudes using sound. So we normally have stress in the abdomen. This is the performance anxiety and stress. Will I perform well? Will it be accepted or not? And we have butterflies in the stomach. Our stomach sinks. Okay. Second one is in the chest. Relationship anxiety. Will they like me? Won't they like me? She loves me not. He loves me not. It's all here. And we go into emotional turbulence and the chest pain comes. And up here in the upper chest and neck region is our status anxiety. We think I am the big boss, I am the big yogi, I am the professor, I am the director, I am the politician, and hey, and you get offended over every small thing. Up here is where that comes in. So performance anxiety and stress, relationship anxiety and stress, and status anxiety and stress. And we want to let go of it. So we use sound. For the abdominal region, we tap and we go, ha, 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 ha. The sound of ha is working on the solar plexus. The second is at the chest. Ho, 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 ho. And this is the place which works on the chest. What does it help you do? It helps you release the tensions in the chest because you start to give. When you give, well, you forgive and give, you open your heart. And who is the best giver? Well, around Santa Claus, around Christmas time is known for giving a lot. And what does he go? Ho, 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 ho. that is the sound there. And up here, he is the sound here. So we use these sounds. We go ha, 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 ho, 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 he. And by making this sound, what are we doing? We are letting go of all these hang-ups, all the anxiety, all the stress, we are letting it to come. Now the next part we have to work on is our brainstem. Remember, this is the Abhinivesha, survival instinct. So we look at this, and this is survival of me. So we go me, 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 me. This is the part that says I have to survive even if the world gets destroyed. Me, 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 me. And then we come to the prefrontal cortex, which is the capacity of discernment, Viveka and the Buddhi. So we go dhi, 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 dhi. So this was me, 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 dhi, 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 dhi. This is only me. This is we. So shifting from I to we, illness to wellness, is shifting from the back of your brain to the front of the brain by doing this. And then once we have shifted consciousness, we realize it's all just Maya, nothing worth holding on. And so we throw it out by saying, go, 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 go. And we just throw it out. Go, 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 go. Okay, so I'm going to do it one round. Wherever you are, you can join in and do it. Okay? Ha, 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 ha. Ho, 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 ho. Ho, 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 ho. He, he. He. Me, 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 me. Me, 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 me. Me, 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 me. Dee, 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 dee. Dee, 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 dee. Dee, 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 dee. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. And after that, you just sit or stand quietly a few seconds. And you'll feel so much lighter. All that which is causing stress, all the anxiety, all the panic, all the tensions and troubles, you have just loosened them up. You have changed your consciousness from the me consciousness to the we consciousness. And you have thrown it all out. And you feel so much lighter. Nada Bhavana Shuddhi Kriya. And if you want to practice it, you just type it out on the net and you'll find my videos on how you can do it whenever you want. Pranayama, as I said, moving from the back to the front of the brain and opening up your healing potentials. One of the practices we use a lot is the shake. You shake your hands, you shake your head, you shake your limbs, and you loosen up all your tensions. You loosen them all up. And then what do? You catch hold of your tensions, hold them tight, breathe in, and then you throw it out with a blast. Okay, so we loosen the tensions up. You loosen them nicely like this. You can loosen your tensions up. Then you catch hold, breathe in, and throw them out. And when by doing this, what are you doing? As Selvamurthy sir said, efficiently you are releasing the pent-up tensions. I don't want this tension. That is what you are doing. You are kicking it out. You are throwing it out. You are letting your tensions know they are not welcome. This is a very important psychic mudra of telling your tensions they are not welcome. Most people love to hold on to the tensions. The tensions become the belonging and they don't want to let go. You have to first throw it out. We then use the Pranava Maha Mantra. And the Pranava has the Akara, the Ukara, U, and the Makara, becoming the Omkara, and this Pranava, the was perceived by people in the Indian culture as Om. But people who came from the Christian culture as Amen, and those in the Islamic culture as Ameen. The same universal vibration was perceived differently. And that is why the Pranava is a universal vibration. Do not let people tell you it is limited to one segment of society. We use the Chin Mudra and we perform the Akara Nada, where we breathe in and we breathe out with the sound. The chin mudra then becomes chinmaya mudra. We put it on the thighs, we breathe into the middle chest, and we breathe out with the ukara nada. Ooh. We then perform the Adi Mudra with the thumb in the center, the fingers around it, bringing it down onto the thighs, breathing into the upper chest, and breathing out with the Makara. We then bring both the Adi Mudras together at the navel in Brahma Mudra. And we take a full breath, low, mid, and high. And we breathe out with the Omkara. When we perform this practice, the lower part of the lungs, the middle part of the lungs, the upper part of the lungs are harmonized and integrated. Lower, middle, and upper parts of the body are integrated. The gross, subtle, and causal layers of our existence are all integrated, and we become a wholesome, integrated human being. When you become wholesome and integrated, disease has to go out of you because it cannot stay there. Disease can only stay there when you are deep, when you are fragmented and you are disintegrated. So the pranava has infinite healing potential, and we use it a lot. Very useful. So many of my patients during this COVID time, they have been using this to enhance the oxygen saturation levels. And it is astonishing, people with a much lower oxygen saturation coming up to normal and above normal oxygen saturation just by performing the pranava pranayama. Very, very effective. I tell you, it is one of the most effective practices we can do. Similarly, the mantra japa, because when we do the mantra japa, what happens is the limbic system will be attenuated. And so to using the japa, which is a repetition, Om, this type of japa can be done. When we do this japa, what is happening? The high level of emotion is all brought down. And so what happens? The high level of emotion blocks the cortex. So we bring the high level to low level. And now what is happening? The higher cortical functioning can be there. We regain cortical control. Remember I talked in the beginning, cortical control is the most important part of dealing with stress. And any form of japa, whatever mantra japa, people may like to do Om Namah Shivaya. They can do it. Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Doesn't matter. There have been studies in Italy which have shown that the Ave Maria chanting and the mantras have a similar effect on creating balance in the autonomic function. So it doesn't matter what mantra you chant, please make sure that japa is done. The problem today, everybody is doing a japa, and that japa is a negative one. Oh my God, when will I get COVID? What will happen with COVID? What will happen with COVID? What will happen with COVID? And that japa worsens it. That will not help. So your japa should be one that calms you down. The Mahamrityunjaya mantra, the Trayambakam Yajamahe, is a very beautiful mantra that can be chanted at this time because it helps us to overcome the fear of death. People say it overcomes death. Once you're born, you have to die. Okay, it's as simple as that. No mantra is going to stop you from dying. But people are scared of dying. So it takes away that fear of mortality. And we can bring in all our nakshatra, our rasi and our nama, which is identifying us. Or we can keep it as I have been chanting, commonality for all beings. So we chant it as Om Trayambakam Yajamahe Sugundim Pushtir Vardhanam Om Jum Saha Sarva Nakshatre Sarva Rasi Sujat Sarvanam Desya Saha Jum Hum Urvarukamiva Bandhanan Mritya Mokshiyamamritat Om. Here I have brought in all. Sarva Nakshatre Sarva Rasi Sujat Sarvanam Desya, so that it is universal. Everybody is brought into this. May all beings be at ease without fear. And this is what we have been doing. The yoga mudras are very useful because mudras, they communicate with our subconscious and unconsciousness also. And so when we do the Bhairava mudra, you place the left hand, left palm, and the right palm on top of it in your lap. And when you do this, you are becoming mindful of an inner strength. The Bhairava is induced in you and you have that strength. If you wish to induce the Bhairavi, which is the feminine, place the left hand over the right and you can perform the Bhairavi mudra for those who want to invoke the feminine strength. So the masculine inner strength is Bhairava Shakti. Bhairavi Shakti is the feminine inner strength. And performing this mudra and contemplating the inner strength, you start to empower yourself from within to become a stronger version. I have talked about the Abhaya mudra. This Abhaya mudra that says, I am not afraid. And when you say, I am not afraid, fear stops in its track. And you're saying, stop in your track. I am not afraid of you anymore. Abhayam. And it is said that as long as we have attachment, we'll have Bhayam. And that is why Vairagyam eva Abhayam. Through Vairagya, you develop Abhayam. Where you say, I am not worried about anything else. I have that absolute self-confidence and I have the confidence in the universe. And I am without fear. What a beautiful Abhaya mudra that can strengthen us, help us and help others. When you are with somebody who is stressed out and you say, don't worry, I am there for you. You are saying, I am there for you, fear not, I am with you. Well, the divine is with us every moment, if just we look within. We often don't look within. Other mudras we can do where we stretch up. The Namaskara mudra can be stretched into the Anjali, onto the head, at the forehead, the throat, and at the chest. When we do this type of movement and we bring the mudra from up to down, we can do it with the breathing. So we breathe in and we stretch up. As we breathe out, we bring the hands down at each point and we acknowledge these energy centers, the heart center, the anahata, which is related to your immune function, your metabolic function through the Vishuddha chakra, the Ajna, that is the super connection here with the pituitary and the hypothalamus, and the Sahasrara, which is with the pineal, and beyond that, the Mahakarana chakras, the Anda chakras, they are also being invoked, and you are creating a mind-body connection. Not only mind-body, but individual to cosmic connection. So individual cosmic connection is also being made by these mudras and strengthening yourself. When the universe is on your side, why do you need to fear anymore? Now, I have put in here a few other practices because during the pandemic, I think what has happened, we have all moved online. Classes have moved online. Conferences have moved online. Relationships have moved online. The world has moved online. So what has happened? We are in front of the computer all the time and we are starting to have shoulder, back and neck issues. This is where this Talasana, just from the seated, you stretch yourself and then you can, as you keep the stretch, move your head like this, right to left as you breathe. And when you do this, you're stretching more. Right after doing that, now the whole upper back, the neck, the head feels so much lighter. I've opened up the energy flow. And this Talasana, right from the sitting, if you can stand up, you can stand up and do it also. An excellent practice to break that, vicious spiral of stress that is then manifesting at the musculoskeletal level. Another practice is the Brahma Mudra, where you turn your head to the right, then to the left, then you come to the center and lift it up and then bring it down. Now this four directional, orderly directional movement is done in tune with the breathing and in tune with sound. So we use the sound A, U, E and M. So the extra sound is E, which is signifying the higher aspects of the pineal when you lift up. So when we turn to the right, we breathe in. As we breathe out with the sound And come back to the center. As we breathe into the left, we come back with the sound. Then we breathe in and bring the head up. And now that sound. And then bringing the chin down. So the 4 directions, right, left, up, down. That's why it's called Brahma Mudra, 4 heads. With the breathing, so every time you breathe, you're moving away from your center. When you breathe out, you come back to your center. So what is happening? You move away from your center, you come back. And by doing this, we are enhancing our perspective. Instead of having one limited perspective, we are starting to have multi-directional, multi-dimensional perspective. The broader your perspective, the less stressed you are. When you look at something through the microscope, you are stressed. When you have the panoramic view, you are de-stressed. You go to the top of the mountain, it is very relaxing. At the bottom of the mountain, everybody is honking at you, and the smell is so bad and the noise is so bad, you get stressed. The wider, the broader, the more panoramic your perspective, the less stressed you are. And Brahma Mudra does that. And using the nada, again enhancing the healing across all dimensions. A very beautiful practice, strengthening the neck health. And the neck is the most important bridge between the sensory nerves coming from the body to the brain and the motor nerves coming from the brain to the rest of the body. Sensory motor functioning of the entire nervous system. And the connections depend on a healthy neck. So when your neck is healthy, you perceive everything as it is and you respond to it as you should. There is no misperception, there is no hyperreaction. So Brahma Mudra, a very efficient technique for all of that. And another practice, the Shpanda Nishpanda, it is also called instant relaxation technique. Instant coffee, instant noodles are not healthy. Instant relaxation is very healthy. So what do? You start to tense from the toes, the lower part of the limb, the knees, the thighs, the hips, the chest, the abdomen, the back. Now you start to tense up your hands, then the elbows, the shoulders, the neck, the face, and you become as tense as possible and you get that tension, maximum spanda, and then you let go with a whoosh and go, and you go into Nishpanda. So the coupling of the full tension, the Shpanda, and then the complete relaxation, Nishpanda. And then you just enjoy the relaxation a few minutes, and then you can repeat it 3-4 times at every time that you want to do it. A very beautiful practice that, say you are in a meeting and you're going to be very stressed, or you have a presentation, or there's something in life that's really bothering you, really hitting you hard. Shpanda Nishpanda Kriya is an instant way to induce and educe from within the relaxation response. So rather than the stress response, what do? You educe the relaxation response. And when you educe the relaxation response, automatically the healing response will come in. Reduce the stress response, enhance relaxation response, and enhance the healing response. This is why I would like to close today with a few ideas that we need to be aware of suffering. We cannot wish it away. Closing our eyes doesn't solve the problem. So we need to be aware of the problems we have. But we have to retain our clarity, calmness, and strength. Clarity, calmness, and strength will only come when we are using our cortical and prefrontal areas. And then we can transform the situation. Because if we do not use this, we'll succumb to the situation. So we need to transform it. We need to stay safe, stay healthy. Through this yogic self-care, we can reduce our fear, strengthen our immune system, and manifest all-around health. My prayer is that we as one humanity stand our ground, fight the enemy within, overcoming the inner enemy, which is fear, strengthening our ability to fight and defeat the external enemy, which is COVID-19. And I pray that humanity should prevail by moving from pathogenesis to cellulogenesis. I would like to remind you before I sign off that a diamond, which everybody loves, a diamond is just a little piece of charcoal, but it handles stress exceptionally well. We are all potential diamonds. We are diamonds in the rough. If we can handle the stress well, the pressure, the tension, the heat of the moment, we will become the best version of ourselves. And as Swami Vivekananda so beautifully said, every soul is potentially divine. But to be divine, you have to go through this, okay? You have to go through it and then transcend it. Go through the world and then transcend it. That is the message of yoga. And Maharishi Patanjali says, Bhoga apavargatam drishyam. Go through the experience and then transcend it. We have to be the best diamond we can be. The pearl and the oyster will not be a pearl if friction doesn't exist. So the friction, the challenges, the stress, they are going to be part and parcel of life. Can we use it to become a better version of ourselves? That is what yoga is all about. And the message that I always end my talks with, gratitude is the highest attitude. And in fact, this Saturday, my Saturday morning session is on Kritagnyata, the gratitude, the attitude of gratitude. Because when we are grateful, we will be healthy. When we are ungrateful, we will be stressed. And on behalf of Balaji Vidyapeeth, the Center for Yoga Therapy, Education and Research, and our ashram and the whole Geetananda Yoga family, I offer my gratitude to all of you for giving me this chance to be with you, address all of you in this virtual event. And I wish that each and every one of you should become the best version of yourself. Be the best version of yourself, nothing less than that. And remember, the more you give, the more comes back. And as a human being, we have the superpower, the power of choice. We can choose to care and share. And that caring and sharing should be with unconditional love. Then we will be the best version of ourselves. And we will be the humanity 2.0 or 2021, version 2021. That should be the best version till date. Dhanyavadaha. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ananda. And as always, after listening to your speech, I become dumbfounded. I go into a state of silence and I really, don't have the energy to speak. But I have a lot of questions which have come in from our team here. I don't know if time will permit.
Yes, we can.
Yes. So the first question which has come is how pranayama modulates hypothalamus pituitary adrenal axis.
Yeah, as I said, normally your breathing is done by your brainstem. And so as long as you're breathing as per the brainstem dictates, everything will go as it is going. But the moment you start to change your pattern of breathing, you have regained what we call cortical control. The cortex is becoming the decision maker. And now the rest of the nervous system has to follow the cortex. Now, if you are not using your cortex and the brainstem is telling you how to breathe, everybody can do whatever they want. They are free to do what they want. The moment you shift from brainstem-driven breathing to cortical choice-based breathing, the rest of the nervous system says, oh, the boss is here, we better listen to the boss. And so you have changed, you have rewired your whole nervous system when you do that. And the moment your cortex comes in, you can start to say, I will not be stressed. And if you say, I will not be stressed, your hypothalamus-pituitary adrenal axis will just stay quiet. But if your cortex is not there, your emotions say, oh, stress, 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 stress. And bang, they have already started doing the job. So the key is you are strengthening the cortical control. And this is why pranayama is not just a breathing exercise. Never call it a breathing exercise. It is rewiring our neuronal connections and enhancing the cortical part of the brain to come into control. The cortex is the human brain. The brainstem is reptilian. The emotional part is mammalian. The cortex is human. So you are strengthening the human brain where you can choose to perceive things as good for you. Somebody abuses you. You say, fine, he is drunk, he is abusing me. Why do I get worried? That is a choice you have made. But if you don't make a choice, you say, he's abused me, and you get into stress and you start abusing him. So the key here in pranayama is the control loci, what we call loci of control, LOCI. Loci of control has changed from brain stem, which is old brain, to neocortex and prefrontal cortex.
Wonderful. There's another question, sir, which has come up, which is also on a similar line. A role of pranayama in modulation of different neurotransmitters like dopamine, serotonin, etc.
Yeah. You see, again, the same thing, different parts of the brain secrete dopamine. The dopamine will be secreted and it works on the basal ganglia. You will have the oxytocin will be working. What is oxytocin? It is a bonding hormone. Okay. So you start to create good relationships because pranayama has enhanced cortical control. Your relationships become relationships where you are giving rather than trying to get. See, most people, their relationships are based on what can I get out of it. But the moment you have cortical control, your relationships are based on giving. The moment you are based on giving, you are sharing. The moment you are sharing, the oxytocin will be coming in as a bonding hormone. What is dopamine doing? Dopamine is working with the smooth coordinated body movements. In the asana and pranayama, you are coordinating your body movements mindfully. Automatically, mindful coordinated body movements, the dopamine says, hey, I have a friend. They want to do the same thing I'm doing. Let me work with them. Most people, you watch them, the body is doing something, the mind is doing something, the hand is something, the leg is something. In yoga, what is happening is all coming together. So all the practices in yoga, but pranayama is very important because it shifts your consciousness. Pranayama shifts your consciousness from the old brain to the new brain. And it creates integrated functioning. You learn to breathe in a smooth manner, not a jerky manner. It is smooth. It is coordinated. Every part of the body is energized by the prana. And automatically all the neurotransmitters, they are at ease. When the brain is at ease, the neurotransmitters will be secreted in a healthy manner. When the brain is uneasy, the neurotransmitters will be stressed out. Stressed out dopamine, stressed out oxytocin, stressed out melatonin, stressed out dopamine, tryptophan, all of this stressed out is never going to be good. So we are creating a tranquilizing, but it is not dulling. This is one of the beauties of yoga. When you do pranayama, you are calmer, but you are still alert. Now, if you take a tranquilizer in psychiatry, you will become calmer, but you will become duller. So calm, dullness is pharmacologically induced. But pranayama makes you calmer, but you are alert. That is a big change. And all the neurotransmitters will recognize the change and they will start working with you in a very healthy relationship, which will induce salutogenesis, health, wellness, wholesomeness, rather than disease, fragmentation, death, and disability.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We are running out of time. I really have a list of questions which have come in from our team, but I would like to close thanking you so much for sharing your valuable words of wisdom with all of us. It is always enlightening to hear you. And I'm sure, just like me, our audience today will also contemplate on the simple yet profound understanding of yoga that you just gave us and realize that yoga is the user manual to life and holistic living. Thank you so much once again, Dr. Ananda, and we look forward to having you with us again and again.
Definitely, yes. And anybody who wants to ask me questions, catch me on Facebook and you will get a lot of answers there also.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Ciao.
सर्वतोमुखम् नरसिंहं भीषणं भद्रं मृत्योर्मृत्युं नमाम्यहं स्वाहा उग्रं वीरं महाविष्णुं ज्वलन्तं सर्वतोमुखं नरसिंहं भीषणं भद्रं मृत्योर्मृत्युं नमाम्यहं स्वाहा उग्रं वीरं महाविष्णुं ज्वलन्तं सर्वतोमुखं नरसिंहं भीषणं भद्रं मृत्योर्मृत्युं नमाम्यहं स्वाहा उग्रं वीरं महाविष्णुं ज्वलन्तं सर्वतोमुखं नरसिंहं भीषणं भद्रं मृत्योर्मृत्युं नमाम्यहं स्वाहा उग्रं वीरं महाविष्णुं ज्वलन्तं सर्वतोमुखं नरसिंहं भीषणं भद्रं मृत्योर्मृत्युं नमाम्यहं स्वाहा उग्रं वीरं महाविष्णुं ज्वलन्तं सर्वतोमुखं नरसिंहं भीषणं भद्रं मृत्योर्मृत्युं नमाम्यहं स्वाहा उग्रं वीरं महाविष्णुं ज्वलन्तं सर्वतोमुखं नरसिंहं भीषणं भद्रं मृत्योर्मृत्युं नमाम्यहं स्वाहा उग्रं वीरं महाविष्णुं ज्वलन्तं सर्वतोमुखं नरसिंहं भीषणं भद्रं मृत्योर्मृत्युं नमाम्यहं स्वाहा उग्रं वीरं महाविष्णुं ज्वलन्तं सर्वतोमुखं नरसिंहं भीषणं भद्रं मृत्योर्मृत्युं नमाम्यहं स्वाहा उग्रं वीरं महाविष्णुं ज्वलन्तं सर्वतोमुखं नरसिंहं भीषणं भद्रं मृत्योर्मृत्युं नमाम्यहं स्वाहा उग्रं वीरं महाविष्णुं ज्वलन्तं सर्वतोमुखं नरसिंहं भीषणं भद्रं मृत्योर्मृत्युं नमाम्यहं स्वाहा उग्रं वीरं महाविष्णुं ज्वलन्तं सर्वतोमुखं नरसिंहं भीषणं भद्रं मृत्योर्मृत्युं नमाम्यहं स्वाहा उग्रं वीरं महाविष्णुं ज्वलन्तं सर्वतोमुखं नरसिंहं भीषणं भद्रं मृत्योर्मृत्युं नमाम्यहं स्वाहा उग्रं वीरं महाविष्णुं ज्वलन्तं सर्वतोमुखं नरसिंहं भीषणं भद्रं मृत्योर्मृत्युं नमाम्यहं स्वाहा उग्रं वीरं महाविष्णुं ज्वलन्तं सर्वतोमुखं नरसिंहं भीषणं भद्रं मृत्योर्मृत्युं नमाम्यहं स्वाहा उग्रं वीरं महाविष्णुं ज्वलन्तं सर्वतोमुखं नरसिंहं भीषणं वीरं महाविष्णुं ज्वलन्तं सर्वतोमुखं नरसिंहं भीषणं भद्रं मृत्योर्मृत्युं नमाम्यहं स्वाहा उग्रं वीरं महाविष्णुं ज्वलन्तं सर्वतोमुखं नरसिंहं भीषणं भद्रं मृत्योर्मृत्युं नमाम्यहं स्वाहा उग्रं वीरं महाविष्णुं ज्वलन्तं सर्वतोमुखं नरसिंहं भीषणं भद्रं मृत्योर्मृत्युं नमाम्यहं स्वाहा उग्रं वीरं महाविष्णुं ज्वलन्तं सर्वतोमुखं नरसिंहं भीषणं भद्रं मृत्योर्मृत्युं नमाम्यहं स्वाहा उग्रं वीरं महाविष्णुं ज्वलन्तं सर्वतोमुखं नरसिंहं भीषणं भद्रं मृत्योर्मृत्युं नमाम्यहं स्वाहा
As we come to an end to today's events, I would like to thank all our viewers, all our speakers, all the technical support, and all of us here at NSHM, all my family, who have been working tirelessly to bring what we were able to bring to your platform today. And we look forward to having all of you again tomorrow. Namaste.
Anshi Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grade, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers